Hey,
Yo, what's up, guys? Mm,
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, good morning.
Morning. Okay. Close some shit down. Mm, mm, mhm.
Good morning.
Yeah, morning.
All right. Allergies are kicking my butt this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Allergic for what?
I think it's just hay fever stuff. There's and a temperature change, maybe pressure stuff.
Oh,
Just that time of year.
take a look. Here we go. All right. Mm-hmm. Yep. Um, was the stream already shared in the channel or not?
Oh, not yet. Sorry, just
All right.
got it.
No, no worries. Let me share it. So is today supposed to be when there's a decision about the stimulus talks or not?
Still a continuation.
Okay.
Still discussing it. I think the last bit of news that I caught was they upped it back up to 2.2 trillion.
Mhm.
So the more that they're adamant about doing the old amount, the less likely it'll be approved.
And what is the market expecting? Are they expecting it to go through this week or not?
We are higher than Friday, but we are not higher than last week's high. So the market is undecided. The market looks like it's waiting for news. Also, additionally, Trump hasn't been discharged from the hospital just yet. That's why we're up right now, is because expectation that he's supposed to be back. But they said early afternoon is when they'll get news next.
All right. Yeah, it's gonna be a choppy day until then probably.
Yes.
It's noon, right? That they're expecting to release the information.
They said early afternoon, so it could be noon, it could be 3, for all I know.
All right. The longer it takes, the more choppy it will be get.
Chop, 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 chop.
Chop, chop, chop.
Wait.
Good morning.
What's up?
Is Senate Pro 4? Wow. Let me confirm that. Senate might not be assembling until October 18th.
Whoops.
So, let's see. Let me double check on that. Senate schedule. Senate calendar. God, it took me like five clicks to get that information. That's stupid. Senate convenes at 4:30 p.m. October 5th. Okay, then that might not be it. What is this?
Unit, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Send me the 2FA.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yep. There it is.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Senate will not come back into session until October 19th.
So no stimulus.
There, now it'll come to you.
No stimulus. Yeah.
That's gonna take the market.
The market looks like it still hasn't reacted to that. But that was
No,
back on October 3rd.
DocuSign just took another leap, 4%. Hey,
Awesome, 228. Just
Yeah.
bounced.
let's see if
What's the
holds.
2FA?
Oh, I posted it in the founders chat. Check it out.
Got it. Thank you.
Meeting pro forma sessions. On Monday, they're going to obtain a consent agreement for the Senate to meet in pro forma for the next 2 weeks.
Okay, I'm likely gonna sell my docu at open.
No, I would also suggest to hold it if it already rallies now. No need to, especially with the COVID story popping up again, it might
Yeah.
actually see some strong move.
Uh-huh.
What, docu?
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's already 4% up in pre-market, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
I
mean
don't
it's
know.
already up 100%. I'm not gonna
it
give
could
up on
be a
it.
trade desk, dude. Times 10. You never know.
Yeah. It
maybe
look-
wait until you see some more flow come in after it opens. But yeah, your call. Obviously, it's up nicely. It's 100% banger. But otherwise, just take out 50 or something.
Yeah, especially with that tragedy this morning. I don't want to trade with emotions.
No, I can imagine. Yeah.
For anyone that's in the GTA area, the shooting and murder that happened in Brampton with the 28-year-old was a close family member. So
Sorry, man.
I'll be partially on today.
Yeah,
Depending
crazy story, bro.
how I am. Yeah, it's fucked up. I mean, I was helping to get through school and everything. He had his hands in some shit.
Yeah.
You mix in with the wrong crowd and shit happens.
Yep.
All right, market's live.
Here we go. It looks like that Senate consent approval won't be done until maybe after market. So it's just choppity chop until then, maybe.
Okay, docu is not holding. There he goes, unloading his shit.
Yep.
All right, I'm on docu at 540.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think it's good. Today's gonna be a choppy day, so
Yep.
it's gonna be hard to. Yeah. Well, Ducky is holding up pretty well, to be honest. Will be chop, 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 chop.
DraftKings is gonna go to 64.
Oh, Square is popping off. Holy shit. It's gonna go to 180 probably. I think this week. Do you have any flow on Square?
Bloop bloop. Bloop bloop. There goes AMD. Who is? Hey,
Hey, good morning.
can you put your setup to push to talk or lower the sensitivity of the mic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that pretty?
Yeah, we hear all the time.
The square's popping off. I don't see any flow on it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into anything until at least 1 or 2 hours out because
The square's calling for 180 this week.
yeah, I thought so. Nasdaq is actually holding up pretty well.
DraftKings is calling for 65.
Oh, Datadog. What's Datadog doing?
Bonds are taking an absolute shit right now.
Etsy, Pinterest.
All right, Reagan got the 600 break.
Yeah. That was a nice one. Docu is actually holding up pretty well.
Sell 10 more here and just get the rest.
Zoom. I think it might, maybe a 500 might be in play this. Let me take a look. It's just so volatile. Yeah, if it breaks 495, I might get in, but yeah, I want to see break 495 first.
Considering Hal again, it depends the direction of maybe oil this week. Right now, oil's up, what, 5.3% now? Yeah, 5.3.
Gonna be a, oh, Square is still going. Holy shit. Yep.
But today might not be the day to jump into a Hal position. Well, we would probably want to wait until either tomorrow or Wednesday. If I do consider Halliburton.
There goes DraftKings 62. It's gonna get to about 64.50. I'm not seeing conviction across the board. Everything is just trying to break out.
Choppity
Just
chop.
trying to run. Yeah, it's whatever. Apple, nope. Facebook, nope.
Nasdaq is doing pretty well.
There goes space breakdown. Yay.
Amazon, nope. AMD calling for possibly 89 this week. What the hell?
Yes, they have their event. It's all geared towards the catalyst for Thursday.
Okay, this one I like. Nvidia is pricing potential 570 this week.
Yeah, I could get a sympathy run with AMD run up. Intel might be the perfect hedge for this week if the market decides to tank, especially with AMD news that would.
Okay, Reagan's
against the
going
grain.
605 now.
Zoom is dying again.
Huh?
Zoom is dying again, like
Yeah.
usual. It rips and dips. Yeah, it's gonna be a chop day. I'm gonna close my Nasdaq long.
Order filled.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take any chances today. It's a break
Okay.
above
Wait, what?
11,350.
Was that this? That was 2 hours ago. Stock market's highs. Vote from Trump. I just saw that. We're gonna dump today. God damn it, Trump.
I didn't even look at pre-market SPX today. Oops. I had it all closed. Now I don't even know what it's gonna do. All right, I'll go to my backup. Let's see what SPY is doing. Yeah, 337 above on SPY. Already hit it almost though. And below, possibly 335.
Jesus Square. Holy shit. Holy shit, still going. Yeah. Twillo. Let's take a look.
What's Penn's pricing?
What's what?
Penn's pricing this week.
Pins. Wow, Reagan gone. My 10 shares still look good.
Yeah, might gonna take a small pop on Twillo.
Pins. Ooh, it's coming down to 40.
40.
Yeah, okay.
That is expensive.
Yeah. Reagan's too pricey, man. 40 puts on pins are cheap. I'm gonna take 44s.
Yeah, somebody
Right.
somebody on Twitter
Well,
said that Third Point shows stake in Pinterest in September monthly update, but it sounds like it's just a pump and dump scheme.
well, it's gonna drop. It is already dropping. Gonna drop hard, I think.
Okay.
It's gonna drop till. Could actually see two. 82.
Oh, there comes the oil back down. Okay. Wow. Okay, it's a little bit faster than.
Oh, DraftKings trying to bounce. What did you saw with DraftKings, Jim?
65.
65.
Yeah, I might actually.
I'm surprised it's not taken, a bigger hit.
Played Monday night,
Especially,
7 o'clock.
especially with Cam Newton testing positive.
Ducky is actually holding.
Oil's selling out pretty heavy here. It's almost down, 40, almost 50 cents now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch anything in the first hour.
Yeah, it's only, wow, holy shit. Is it, no, it's trying to bounce, maybe.
Nvidia is going.
If it can find support here. But yeah, oil might lead this sell-off.
Wow,
Might be
Reagan
a good
618,
day.
almost 620.
Wow, DocuSign. Look at it go, 4%.
Tomorrow weather to recommend further restrictions. London latest. Looks like they're probably going to tighten restrictions tomorrow. So the UK, that'll be interesting. See what is Intel pricing this week? That might be the.
Well, Nico asked about Apple.
Oh, yeah.
Apple is pricing 116.25, maybe over 117. It can get to 120. Intel is pricing potential 52.
52. Interesting. Yeah. Maybe that's just a purely sympathetic move.
Let's see. Etsy 140, maybe.
See, Newsham will participate in a G20 virtual call with counterparts and central bankers on Wednesday morning. There it is.
Mm-hmm. Nvidia is still going.
Is Webull down?
Damn, look at DocuSign.
Yeah, looks like Webull
now
is
it's
down.
powering through.
Yeah, it looks like oil's breaking down.
All right, pins isn't working the way I want.
Yeah. God.
Wow. DocuSign.
It's gonna go for that 230.
You know what?
Reagan coming straight back down.
If Zoom hits above 500 today, might be a good place to load 480 puts. Huh. Just looking for general structure.
What did you close? DocuSign?
Yeah, I closed it. Yeah. I had like 220 calls Friday I took.
Mm-hmm.
This is good for me. I'm not gonna wait until today. I think like tech will rally, but if some bad news comes out, we're gonna go the complete opposite direction. So what else do we got? Oof, Datadog is popping off again.
Nvidia is coming back down. DraftKings coming back down. Docu 229.50. Those 230 calls are 720.
Shopify. What are you seeing for Shopify, Jim?
Shopify 960 puts.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Shopify. Yeah.
Okay, I like
Yeah.
that because I want Shop to come down.
Yeah, it broke 230. DocuSign.
Wow.
Wow, this is really strange with Halliburton. There's no
All right, I'm all out of pins. Got stopped out. Being a piece of shit.
There's no volume in any of this.
In anything, period.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chains on Halliburton.
Mm-hmm.
Good lord, there is nothing. Like, unless you might see something different with direction, I don't see anything. I mean, there's a little bit of volume on the 12 call, but that's so small.
Yeah.
New high day on SPY. Um,
DocuSign.
let's see. Yeah, we're up here testing Thursday's chop
Yeah,
area.
DocuSign does not give a shit. It's going. But I don't see any flow above, so
It's all
give up soon.
there's economic data right there. Market services PMI 54.6 versus what the expectation met on that. Previous was also 54.6.
Jesus, Docu is now 890, 880. Whatever.
Datadog is also going for a new all-time high. I think.
Reagan dropping now.
Bank of England is talking about negative rates.
That was me.
I know it was you. What did you flip now?
No, I bought some Datadog 110s. It's a risky trade, but
No, I saw that last week. It's pricing 125 maybe this week. So I'm gonna jump in on that same trade.
And I got in at 220.
Is Neo by chance potentially pricing in anything sub 20 this week? Neo
Pricing what?
sub 20 this week potentially?
No.
No.
It'll test 20.50, but it'll come back to 22.50.
2250. Interesting.
Yeah.
I want to see 19.5 on this thing.
See, look, Docu came right back down from 233.
Yeah, I'm gonna set an alert there just in case. 19.65.
Yeah, I'm seeing Square at 180.
Spy coming down here. It's a little bit of movement there.
Buy pricing 340 to 345 by tomorrow. All right, I took D-Dog. Took those 110 calls at 220.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a solid one.
What is cap pricing this week?
Cat?
Yeah.
It's pricing next week 162.50. So should run. All right.
I'm curious if that's the assumption that they'll do stimulus passing. Maybe, well, I guess what could be the counterpoint is if the Senate, and from what I saw, the Senate's supposed to convene on 4:30 today to vote on pro forma until the 19th, and that would diminish that play altogether. I might counter trade the 160 flow on that. I think a large portion of the stimulus bill is infrastructure, and that would, of course, supplement cat upward movement.
Jesus Christ. Knox. Let me take a look.
Oh yeah, Powell speaks this week too. They'll probably say the same thing. Yeah, we're going to use it to the extent of what we can.
Chop, chop, chop.
Chop, chop, chop. Slop, slop, slop. Yeah, dollar's taking a massive dump too. We're not quite hitting the 52-week lows, but we're getting pretty steadily close.
right, D-Dog's moving nicely. One tons are now 240.
Huh, it looks like we might be setting up for...
Oh, Doc U doesn't give a shit. It's going.
If we drop on SPY today, if we drop below 336.44, we'll probably test 335.84. Below that, probably 334.49. But chop, yeah, chop is on the menu.
Pork chop?
Chippity chop.
Nvidia's going now.
How do you make investing.com dark? I use an add-on called Dark Reader that makes every web page dark. There goes AMD about to touch the 84.39 area. This is the area where we took a short. We
I'm
took
seeing
puts.
Oxy 11 calls for this week.
Whoa, big movement in SPY. Well, I say big movement. It's a little bit of a candle. It's recovering.
It's probably going to go down to 335s.
Yeah. If oil can recover this week, but all I've been hearing this weekend is oil operations are spooling up, and we keep getting more and more production news that the world is increasing production across the board when we still don't have a restoration of demand for the oil being produced. Is this the first? No, it's not. Never mind. Back at the beginning of September, we almost broke 1 million in terms of the TSA throughput numbers.
I said Square could see 180 this week. It's going to have resistance here.
Shit. I might get into an AMD put up here. Well, yeah, oil is moving up. It's up 5% today.
Look at Plug. Plug power is exploding.
Plug, you know what? That
Yeah.
meme, it's being pumped by Wall Street bets right now. So, no, I'm kidding.
Well, it's working.
Goodness. What is? Oh, there goes space breaking down. Hell yeah. Yeah, space new low of day. Again, I'm expecting this to reject really heavily. 17.6 should be in the cards way before it hits 22. They'll experience the same amount of drop because it's the only news for this month is they're doing another powered flight test. But that still doesn't mean that they're going to have the solutions that they need for spaceflight. They still have to get FAA certification. I think that news was supposed to happen last month, but it never came.
I want to get into Nvidia, but it's going to be a chase. It's going to be such a chase.
That was, oh yeah, because they had that certification back in 2016, but there has been no, yeah, it just got, well, a little bit of a candle there on space, or not space, but SPY. Oh, that's why. ISM services is at 57.8 versus 56.2 expected. So we saw an increase. Natural gas up 10%.
Reagan's dropping.
Crude going back up.
Zoom is going for 500. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pricing 515. Roku pricing 245 next week. That's a trade I can like. What did you get?
No, nothing. I'm gonna get into Zoom.
Shut up,
Just
you.
be careful. Careful with Zoom.
Yeah, I know. It's
Doc
making-
you. Doc you. Don't give no shits.
Holy cow. DraftKings looks like, wow, okay. It tested 59.68.
Richard.
Oh, crazy question. And it's already, AMC's already down 10%, but is there any specific pricing for this week? I kind of feel like by looking at the daily chart that we'll be testing sub 4.
So they shorted 5 puts, they shorted 4 puts and 4.5 and bought 5. So it looks like an iron condor, and they're pricing it to hold 450.
450.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. The reason why I ask is the Regal Theaters is closing down.
Might be some sort of news, but there's a whole boatload of Tesla 320 puts long for this week. and they're buying it because the price is moving right up. Trying to see, are they buying back shorts from anywhere last week? Nope.
Serious? 320?
320.
Holy.
On the top side, it's pricing 470. On the low side, it's pricing 320. Must be some sort of vertical spread because
Yeah, that's
387.50 puts her short, so
holy
it has to be part of a spread.
Yeah, not the 325 is cheaper than the 320. What the hell?
Yeah. All right, I'll be right back.
That's goofy. Oh, DraftKings had an offering. What was it makes sense that they would do an offering up here too. What do you know the offering by chance? Proposed public offering of Class A. So that is a dilution. What is it's 32 shares at what price? Because I might want to run into this. What is it at the price that it was offered, or what the hell? I don't see a price on the offering. What the hell? This is gonna piss me off. Where's 63.78? Where's the 10K filing? Doop 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 doop. Class A common stock. Space shrine for high of day. There's the 8K. There we go. Let's see. 11. What? Am I reading that right? Purchase each of the exercise price of 11. 11.5. $11.50. Am I reading right? No. What? To delist and deregistered its warrants. No longer trading NASDAQ, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that was old news. Okay. Entered into company and stockholders agreement accordance, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it looks like a bunch of warrants are being exercised as well. Like a shit ton at 11.5. Yeah, they're probably going to dump the hell out of DraftKings. And then, yeah, it looks like, oh, no, the offering's at 56.12. That's, yeah, they're offering $1 billion at 56.12 per share. Yeah, DraftKings is gonna go down to 56. What are those at? 56. It's 110. Ah. Amount registered is 100 or 18 million shares that they're selling. Yeah, I found the price. So it's, yeah, there's that offering. Well, yeah, the S1. And then they also have warrants that are being exercised, it looks like. This could be an extremely red week for DraftKings. They're already down 6.66%. Got them. I'm not going to play it though. I don't trust it. Wait, is what the hell is this? Oh, is this? What was that? Oh, I see. New chair stuff with Nikola. Never mind. U.S. Employment Trends Index is 54.8, while previous was 53.3. Yeah, you can. With that offering, it's going to go down to 56. So at this point, it's essentially free money. I say free money. It's that's what investors will sell into, is into where the offering was at. And then you get the supplementing movement just simply due to the fact that there's also warrant exercises going on. Uh, uh, uh. Oh, sorry, I just saw that question, SJ. The reason for space pace, I can't even talk. Space puts is technicals. You don't see me alerting DraftKings puts. I don't want DraftKings puts. There goes new Hive Dance by Roki taken off. Of course. Vice President and his wife had tested negative again. Come on. Make that lower low. Higher lows and lower lows incoming. Pin gaming. Pin, 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 pin. Yeah. Come on, new little day. Break, break, break. Where should I chat? Wow, that's crazy. Only 75% of 25 through 54-year-olds are working in the United States. Damn, that's crazy. What's Wen doing? Oh, Wen. Nope. Walmart signed a trio of drone deals as it races to play catch up with Amazon. It's funny. Oh shit! Yeah, space is about to make lower low. Gold and silver. Wow, yeah, gold and silver are taking off right now. Oil's headed back up too. Yeah, this is why I haven't touched Halliburton again just yet. Though they're off from high of days. Still lower than high of day. What was that on the 30th? Where was space on the 30th? Yeah, actually. Yeah. Even though we're down on the position right now, space is in supply. Yeah, like right here. Hell yeah. It filled the dark pool for what was set on. No, I don't want that. Set on 29th pre-market. Filled. So with supply, we could see that back test of 1884 this week. And even below then. Yeah. 2144 was filled. Back down we go. Do. Drop that down here. Trend line. Well, it's at trend line for the area of support. Yeah, I see this dark pool here. Wow. Wow. $17.51. Battery EV stock. Gotcha. And then what do we got here for today? Maybe tippity top there. Something like that. If the dark pool was set this morning, then the high was 21.69, but it didn't fill. Buying puts or calls on what? Space? I'm in a put position. White House press poll is en route to Walter Reed. It could be potentially market deciding news that's incoming. Yeah, that was as of 4 minutes ago. Potential for a deal. Five minutes ago, Mark Meadows is saying that there's potential for a deal on the next COVID relief package if House Speaker does not let her politics get in the way. "10% of humanity already infected with the virus," is what the World Health Organization is stating. Yeah, if I had to bet on this, because we were supposed to get news in the afternoon. So the fact that it's closer than normal. News release sooner than normal is kind of strange. Bonds are getting hit hard today too. Yeah, let's look at TLT. TLT's slaughtered. This is like the lowest it's been in months. Gap on the daily too. It potentially could find support at 158. A lot of purchasing down here. Yeah. I mean, we could potentially see a major movement upwards, especially looking at this candle here at, what was that? 160.70? We haven't had a candle like that in quite some time, it looks like. Oh, never mind. We did back in like mid-September. We had two of them, a sell and a buy. It's a big claim. German German economy minister states that there will be no second lockdown for business to contain coronavirus pandemic. Here's a big level. 338.14 needs to break. We tried to break through on the 30th and Wednesday and Thursday of last week. So we're in supply currently. I'm gonna go ahead and play a bit of news right now. I'm gonna have it off to the side here so we can watch that.
So we deemed it to be safe, it's secure. The fire department then turns it over to the scaffolding company and they will and the glass will be repaired by the building themselves.
Again, I'm sorry if you mentioned this. Was there something that was not properly done that happened by the scaffolding company?
So the Department of
The real
Buildings
snooze
will
fest today.
investigate.
Yep,
The Department of Buildings
there's
will investigate
a
anytime
press
we have what's
event
assumed
about
as
to
a
occur
construction
at
accident. So this
the
scene will
hospital
become theirs,
Trump's staying
and they'll
at.
do the investigation as to what.
Oh,
and when happened.
really?
Yeah, and bonds are taking a
I
heavy
don't have
dump
that
right now.
information.
So that means we should rally.
Yeah, it's a
Maybe.
36-story
Should.
class
I mean,
1 office
we're
building,
rallying
a
kind of
business.
right now.
And you know, like that.
We're into last week's
That's
supply
approximately the
though.
20th floor of a 36-story building.
I am
only gonna
going
have
to
answers.
take
I do not.
a
I
shot
do not.
put
Anything else?
because I'm seeing that there was resistance and that it.
AJ
Actually, I will
ELLO.
wait on that for later this week.
The weakness in
Tobin,
dollar and the dump on
T-O-B-I-N.
bonds is super alarming right
John.
now though.
Trump is cured.
Well, I think it might be
He's
because
this lieutenant speaking for the rescue operation.
there's uncertainty. Well, I mean, of course, uncertainty with the condition of Trump, but
like
it's
I said, both
the dollar
workers that were on the
and
scaffold were
bonds would
examined and refused medical
be
attention.
bearish if there's
Thank
an
you.
extension of his ailments. It's
What
less
time did that
confidence
come
in the U.S. dollar of Trump. uh,
All right, folks, and we do have
does
more
not
views here outside of Walter Reed Medical Center
stay in
here,
office.
where we are still waiting to hear some more updates about President Trump's health. As soon as
And
we
what time is
do
that
get some more
conference
details,
at the
we will
hospital?
bring
The
it to you
press
right
release
here
This
on
and
is
News Now
impromptu,
from
so
Fox.
I don't know.
In the meantime, let's
It,
go
it
back out
should
to
be at
that
any
event.
moment now. I've got a live
Rainbow Push
broadcast
Coalition.
broadcast of the news right
A
now.
live broad crap. All right, let's see. Reagan cannot get back over 600, having a hard time.
Jesus Christ, blessings to you, Reverend Jackson. Thank you. I ain't really had nothing specifically I wanted to say today, but I just wanted to come and just
Actually, I'm
stand
gonna mute
solidarity.
until I actually see Trump on. Just so
Apple is calling for 120.
yeah, just so if we call something out, it's not interrupted by the news conference until it's actually out there.
Okay, like I said, there's a dark pool at about 335.20. I think market is already aware of Trump's condition and what's expected. They're calling 335 bottom and 340 top. So could see initial spike on the news when they start the conference to get us to 340 and then come right back down. So I see 337, 336, 334 calls.
What I'm seeing with the movement within bonds and dollar strength, I think they're pricing in bad news right now.
So I'm just gonna take a,
especially with the movement. I think they're pricing in very bad news. I missed it. I should have went in AMD whenever it was sub 82 on Friday. Oh well. I still think we get one more pullback before the run up.
there will be no second lockdown for businesses to contain coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, Germany was stating that.
And this is why I'm glad I didn't take Nvidia. Would have been buying the top. Doc, you coming down, everything coming down. Shop. What's going on with Shop?
Loading up on DraftKings on this pullback. There is going to be no pullback in DraftKings. They just did an offering. You won't see a pullback until it actually hits the offering price this week. In addition to that, they are warrants are being exercised heavily as well at 11.5. So yeah, it won't pull back until 56.23. Maybe.
AMD still pricing 87, possibly 91 this week.
Mm-hmm.
AMD options are decent, not the greatest. Bit expensive.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Neil wants CCL. Carnival? Maybe 1550 this week. It's pricing 1750 in January.
Wait, who?
Carnival Cruise Lines.
Oh,
Microsoft Dark Pool 205.
that's weird. They had stated that they would be extending the lack of cruises from November 1st to the end of November.
Yeah, Microsoft. I mean, I don't know if you're listening. I'm seeing that it's gonna fall from here down to about 202.50. So some serious bearish news on. Well, no news, just what option flow is pricing. And there's a dark pool at 205.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for updates on. That's hilarious.
Yeah, SPX was pricing on top at 33.90. It's already at 33.92. So I expected it coming down from here.
Fed Evans is currently speaking, and he's giving bullish sentiment for late 2021. He expects jobless rate to 4% and inflation to 2% by 2023.
DraftKings is pricing a drop down to 55 now.
Yep. Yeah, the offering.
That's the offering price level?
Offering is 56.12, but they also have the additional warrants that are being exercised at the same time. And those warrants are being offered.
Right from here.
Those warrants are being executed at the 11.5 range where they were purchased. So even more too. It's in addition to that, we'll probably get more news of more players infected. U.S. First Lady Melania Trump says she is feeling good and will continue to rest at home.
If they say Trump will not be discharged from hospital, this thing's going to just swan dive.
Yeah. Well, everything will be kind of crazy though. The dollar strength will dump, bonds will dump, equities will dump. Yeah, I don't know when the it's not a Trump press conference. It's reporters going to the hospital. It's probably the doctors giving news. But my thoughts on it, because we weren't supposed to get news of a potential Trump release until this afternoon. Chad Trump versus Virgin Biden. Well, I mean, Trump's rhetoric has always been, make America great again, and enforcing more of a stronger, moving back away from the fact that America's been more so of a services based influence and also pulling in manufacturing to meet services. Which ticker do you guys look to monitor bonds, US dollar, fear, and stock indices? I mean, SPY is a good market indicator. Bonds, it depends what you're looking for. With TLT, that's going to be your 20-year plus bonds. You could look at... Oh, never mind. That's Biden talking. Or not Biden. That's... Hold on. Are they
I'm
there?
not seeing anything worthwhile right now. Everything's premium is through the nose. There's nothing but chop right now. It's
honestly the best position might be DraftKings short.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we get additional sell-off in... Yeah, additional sell-off in the market, DraftKings will dump harder, quicker. And then 5-year, ZF1 is a good... Well, that's futures. What the hell is it? That's right. IEF is 7 to 10 year. Shy is the 1 to 3 year bond.
And there goes D-Dog dumping now. That's why I advised my stop was at pretty much entry price after I cashed out on half. Baba bounced from the 286-ish level back to 287, 288. Should come back to about 290s. BA is going for it. BA is pricing potentially 182.50 this week. Again, options are overpriced. Reagan back above 600. Reagan's pricing 650 next week.
A lot is a lot of the line.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take calls on Reagan, but it's just
well,
too
that's
damn expensive.
That's risky. I mean, the
Especially
ultimates,
especially when the spread is like $300.
yeah, they're
This is worse than playing Priceline back in like 2017.
I mean, the expectation is if Trump walks out and is released today, big boom. But if Trump isn't, then big bad. What else we got here? Oh, they announced that the ER what is the ER for space? November 5th. Gotcha. Okay. Housing market. This city is now Denver, Colorado has experienced the most competitive housing market in history. New York news is going to occur in an hour's time. Cuomo to hold briefing, make announcement at 11:45 a.m. market time.
My internet died again, and now I'm back.
Looks like oil's move today is probably going to be due to both both tropical storms in the Gulf right now. One of them isn't quite there just yet. But yeah, we've got Delta and Gamma that are chilling out there, and Gamma looks like it's going to move.
Cuomo to hold briefing at 11:45 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Wait, are they going to converge? Yeah, it looks like that's going to be interesting.
What?
Delta is moving in the path of Gamma, or tropical storm stuff.
Oh. I think we're about to dump.
Yeah, this is top heavy here. This is supply.
Mm-hmm.
We still haven't broken last week highs either. Unless we do it right here.
Yeah, before I lost my network connection, I was saying that I'm glad I didn't get into NVIDIA. I would have been buying the top.
Yeah.
It looks like it's going to come and backtest 530, and then tomorrow into Wednesday, it'll pop to go for 570.
Yeah. And what might be another blow to NVIDIA is, oddly enough, even though it's just CPUs, AMD. Just because if AMD blows expectations out of the water and surprises a lot of people with their product, it potentially supplements a blowout on GPU news at the end of the month whenever they do the reveals then. And that could cause, hey, you know what, I can get this card for cheaper that runs just as efficient with less power. But that's to be seen. But regardless, you'll still get a sympathy-based move within semiconductors. I think it'll like in the next month you'll probably get a drop in other semis, but overall, I think SMH probably the best play would be SMH.
I'm seeing Zoom 460 puts long.
Is there? I guess that would be a good one to keep an eye out for. Is there any type of?
Well, something is going on with Zoom. It's dumping.
Oh yeah, it is. Wow. Green to red. Holy shit. Let me see if I can find news. What? Latest dispatch from Pool Reporter. We are preset in case there's a briefing. There is also a lectern out here in the front of the tower, but at the moment it's covered with a garbage bag. What? Arizona State Rep Lorenzo Soria has been hospitalized with COVID-19 after a visit to Washington, D.C. That's a Democrat. He's intubated in the ICU.
Oh, she gonna die.
Holy shit. Yeah, wow, that's insane. That's huge. Did we already go over Boeing? No, I have not. Boeing is, yeah, we're at 171.55, but it looks like it's in an area of supply potentially if it can't break above last week's highs. Again, the run last week was due to airline relief within the stimulus bill, but as it stands, there's supposed to be a consent agreement for pro forma that essentially limits any type of legislative duty until October 19th. And it's on the basis to focus solely on the Supreme Court nomination.
Zoom down. She goes. New lows.
Yeah, I don't see anything on Zoom. And Twitter is not. I don't see anything on Twitter about it either.
It's being unloaded, bro.
Yeah, I don't see anything on Zoom.
Alright, I took a scalp on it. That was a quick 400. I got in at 1540 and I sold at 1640.
Gotcha.
Was not announcing that because I know somebody's gonna get wrecked chasing that.
Yeah, we could potentially see a Fujiwara effect on both these hurricanes. And it could turn.
Spy puts are coming back. They're back to 57.
Yeah. We could see a massive hurricane if these hurricanes collide.
Yeah, dude. Zoom is just dumping hard.
Hey, puppy. Whoa, space just dumped. New low day. There's volume spike there.
Lululemon. It's pricing in a pin between 35 and 340. ST? You mean? Oh.
Maybe we should shorten it to get the alerts out better. Just put S and B, and if we do, because it's not often that we do buy to close.
It. I get what you mean, but at the same time, I don't think it's worth it. Simply because the difference between typing in two more characters, it doesn't make a difference.
Right.
Oh, pins, you bitch. This is literally the move I wanted on pins. It faked me out. I saw pins going to 40, so I took those 44 puts, and it bounced up and shook me out. So,
damn,
I'm gonna revenge trade.
Well, I see what's setting up. I'm gonna set that. Three-time leverage into the 20-year bond. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I really do not like this dump in dollar strength.
Alright, I grabbed pins, 44 puts. I grabbed 5 of them. I'm swinging these. Don't care.
They're, Looks like Pelosi is pumping the market. With the let's see what she state. Well, we'll be talking with Treasury Secretary again today. We'll see if the weekend progress can lead to a deal.
Okay, I am in 44 puts for pins. I have an alert in case it breaks above it, and I have an alert if it breaks below 42.75. This is a hero or zero lotto. Spent about what the heck is?
God, this is insane.
I hate math. I hate math.
Why?
Even though I'm so good at it.
I feel like VIX should be popping like crazy today, but
I agree with you.
This is so
If
weird.
in fact that we're gonna dump, VIX should be up.
Well, and that's the thing is we have dollars and bonds that are dumping, but VIX is moving lower. If anything, you don't want, weaker dollar across the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what George saw. I'm seeing 300 calls for Baba for November 20th. Market might actually pump when we get that Trump news. I'm seeing 338 puts shorted, and I'm seeing 340 calls still long. Don't know. Zoom back up. This is why I did not alert it and just took a scalp, because I didn't want anybody else to get wrecked.
Let's see, Evans, we're feeling economic impact of waning fiscal support. But also, he says fiscal support would be unbelievable, welcome, effective. Well, of course.
Buckle Budwell is asking about Netflix. Netflix, I am seeing if Netflix can hold above 500, it can get to maybe 545 this week. If Netflix breaks below 500, it will get to 480 this week.
Yeah.
That's a doozy.
The reason Fed hasn't done anything, especially an increase of overnight repos, is they're also betting on fiscal support from the government. They're hoping that gets approved before they actually have to take steps of any type of I guess decision that they do decide to make with either increasing overnight repos or turning on QE as intensely as they did.
Go burr.
But once those printers actually do go burr, and they go burr at the same rate as what it was earlier this year, that's going to destroy the market.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
QE is the greatest enemy of the U.S. markets. You do not want quantitative easing. I mean, we're still doing quantitative easing slightly, but not at the same levels as what it was in 2008 for like the current month over month purchases. But if we go back to what we saw earlier this year, we'll see a retouch of lows, and they might have to do this. That they've been waiting to do additional quantitative easing because they're hoping that through the stimulus package that gets passed, and that helps with influencing inflation, because anything that Congress does, because they have the ability to approve money printing, actual money currency printing, they have the ability to influence inflation slightly. But even if they choose to print currency, you still have to have banks out there that are willing to lend money. And from what we've seen and the way that banks have been positioning some of their bets, they're trying to break the bond market even more so. They want another rate cut, because if they cut rates more people are willing to take loans. Lower interest rates should influence people taking more loans, and more loans equals being able to earn money off of, interest rates in the future. Chinese banks will loan money. It's Chinese banking system's broken. People still have this perception that Chinese owns America in terms of the amount of debt. We can look at that now. Let's see, what is it? There we go.
SPY's starting to tumble. Apple's starting to tumble. Whole market looks like it wants to dippity doo that day now.
That in the midst of the worst economic crisis in our
but yeah, Treasury security wise, if you use bonds as who owns American debt, Japan has more weight in the ownership of our country than China does, and it's about close to 30%. No, about 20% more bonds are held by Japan than China does, and that's pretty big. China doesn't. We don't answer to China, and the Chinese currency doesn't nobody answers to the Chinese currency. It's still, again, look at SWIFT, which of course it's 80% of all global transactions go through SWIFT, and that's US dollars.
Depends as a motherfucker. Cost is trying to get to 365 this week. I see 360 calls long. I've had 365 calls on my watch list since last week at $1.40-ish.
Nice.
And it's just chippity chopping around.
Space is making lower lows. We're about to be at the area where we purchased the put position. Again, I do see that it was slated back on, what was that, the 28th? There was a dark pool that was set down at 1751, and that was created during the process of the bank upgrades from Bank of America, stating that you should be buying at the bottom, and that's why it ran 10% that day. But again, it still should be in this area of overbought. I do see, again, we're at supply up here, especially anything above 2143.
Everything's pulling back.
Yep. Home builders are down 1.3% in ITB, which is kind of interesting. I got news this weekend that banks are approving loans across the board for people who aren't reporting any proper debt to income ratio and aren't providing bank statements.
Mm-hmm.
They're providing I think they're providing their pay stubs, but they're not providing any type of bank statements to supplement their lack of debt to income ratio. So
yeah, I mean that's a typical thing when people go to the bank for a mortgage, right? They fluff it up so that they can get approved.
Well, right, but at the same time, especially during an economic downturn, you would want to report everything as transparently as you can, because lending restrictions have tightened. Banks at this point, logically should not be taking additional risks. Though I guess they can because Congress will just bail them out, you know. Oh, watch out for region. Antibody cocktail used by Trump faces patent suit.
That was Reagan.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Reagan. Whenever I see R-E-G in them, it's like region.
Regeneron CEO says company proud Trump received the antibody treatment. Press release from president medical team mislabeling company's drug as polyclonal was a mistake. Does not think it was intentional.
Whoops. I'm curious who's
Theoretically, there should not be any interactions of the company's therapeutic cocktail and other treatments President Trump is taking. That's quite some backlash.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't care. We already took the trade and got out.
Wow. SPY, new high day.
And on that, I will close off my puts. That's all right. I'm up on the day.
Yeah, Regeneron suit. It's pretty crazy.
That's making NVIDIA pump.
No chop today, I guess. We're... What was last week's high? 338.74. Yeah, we're above. No.
And we're below it.
Yeah, we're below. We're just below it too.
So I'm waiting till we break above 338.74.
Yeah.
To dump.
We are just at that level. We are
Just fighting it.
Yeah, just a few cents away. Pretty good. Let's see how space reacts. It looks like space is making lower highs and lower lows.
Okay, it's gonna pop above it.
Yep.
I will cut the puts, and need be, I'll get back in.
Oop, never mind. Is it gonna do it? I feel like if we pop above here, we'll see 340 for sure. Or at least a rejection at 339.95.
Mm-hmm.
Or a red candle. Cool. Screw this. I'm going back to 5 minute.
It's saying it's gonna go for 340.
VIX rising here at the same time as SPY.
Mm-hmm.
UPS charts. What about UPS? UPS is in supply. Yeah, anything above 167.40, unless it can break out above 170.81, it's currently in supply. Yep, new high day. We're above last week's high on SPY.
Yep. That's why I cut my puts.
Bark. What do you see?
But, I mean, even though we broke over last week's highs, we're not moving.
Mm-mm.
Right?
We're waiting. I mean, looking at the 1 minute and seeing the volume, I mean, I don't know just yet. I think it's too soon to tell. I need maybe another 10 minutes before I see if there is confidence, especially with volume at this level.
Okay, they're pricing in 34.15 on SPX today, which means SPY will get to about 341. There it is.
They want that Trump news.
Yep.
TLT's just breaking down. Holy. It's definitely semiconductors. Let's see, what is it? Semiconductors. Yeah, tech is leading today. Wait, what the hell is this? Oh, that's right. Como talks at he talks in 24 minutes. So, Governor of New York will be making an announcement.
From insiders, I heard they're going back to on lockdown.
Yeah, well, yeah, we've known that, especially with climate-wise, they're now in the prime spread temperature and humidity.
Yep.
And you're going to see that across the board as temperatures get colder. It's the way the virus was set up, is to instill confidence that it's not as easy to spread during the summer months, and then people don't care about it in the fall.
You think it's conspiracy shit?
Oh, it's looking at the structure of the virus itself. It was man-made.
Oh, 100% it was man-made. There's no doubt about that.
But
okay, Netflix is breaking out. It might go to 520 this week, 530. Let's give it a dabble.
Yeah, conspiracy, I guess.
Get out of dabble.
But for them to make it heat resistant and also spread super easy and cold in terms of long-term perception of the virus, where you make it where it's not as bad during the summer, where people have confidence that they're not going to get it in the fall, as time progresses. It's a very smart setup if that's what you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. Am I still seeing 124 D-Dog? I mean, I did earlier, but I got stopped out and I don't have all that much confidence in it. I'm seeing that 125 calls are shorted. So I mean, if it gets over 110, it could get to 120, but I'm skeptical. Rasta pasta. Yeah, I'm going to Netflix. All right, I'm long Netflix 512.50s at 9:30.
Stay home, watch Netflix.
And chill.
Bristol Myers at A2. Outlook remains negative. That's by Moody's.
By mood swings. SPY starting to fade.
Yep.
I feel it fade.
Hey, we're gonna get flagged.
No. The telemetry on my voice is different than the actual song. So we okay.
Didn't you hear? Companies like Nikola are flagging videos for copyright claim because they don't give a shit. So the same will happen with the music industry that's suffering now too.
Mm-hmm. All right, boring day is boring. I am going to step away, and I will be back after lunch. Bleed, tag me in the chat if the market is dying.
Okay.
That way I'll get an alert on my phone.
Yeah.
Later.
All right, see you. New high a day, SPY. TLT getting a little bit of a bounce here. God, that's crazy. People getting out of bond positions. Oh shit. Kaylee just got the virus. No. Press Bay. That's not good. That just came in. Damn, that makes me sad. Damn, that I'm kind of. I ain't no simp. That chick's just quick on her feet. They hired a really good press secretary. U.S. press secretary. I'm sorry, the White House press secretary, Kaylee, just got. She just released news that she tested positive, and it was after testing negative consistently since Thursday. So it took until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days for her to test positive for the virus. Being young is an outlier. Being young doesn't prevent you from having long-term effects from the virus. One of my roommates had it back in March, and he still has residual effects.
Secretary just tweeting this out about 2 minutes ago. Kayleigh McEnany, after testing negative consistently, including every day since Thursday, I tested positive for COVID-19 on Monday morning while experiencing no symptoms. No reporters, producers, or members of the press are listed as close contacts by the White House Medical Unit. Moreover, I definitely had no knowledge of Hope Hicks' diagnosis prior to holding a White House press briefing on Thursday. As an essential worker, I have worked diligently to provide needed information to the American people at this time. With my recent positive test, I will begin the quarantine process and will continue working on behalf of the American people remotely there. That's from the White House press secretary just putting that out tweet moments ago there. So we'll keep an eye on all the developments. Obviously, still a big factor here as we are seeing President Trump's inner circle test positive for COVID-19. We can tell you, though, that Vice President Mike Pence tested once again negative, as well as did his wife Karen there. So we'll keep an eye on all the developments outside of the Walter Reed Medical Center. That we are being told that the White House press pool is now at the hospital, waiting to see if we will be getting any more updates at the hospital. Now let's go out to Washington, D.C., getting a live update there on schools.
Through the fall, because it's the end of the council period, I can't say that there's a lot of business. There's not as much as there was on the September 22nd agenda.
Phil, I think we want to get you a new mic.
Does this mean I get to start over?
Yeah, you might. It's a little in and out.
Seriously, do I need to start over? Okay. Well, we will. The council is meeting tomorrow, October 6th, and we will begin at noon, beginning with the committee of the whole meeting. There are a number of bills that are in the committee of the whole for markup. What will not be on the agenda for markup tomorrow, but was announced last week, is a bill concerning dyslexia, reading disorders, and another bill called Racial Equity Achieves Results, which is funded, will provide for racial equity offices in both the legislative and executive branches, and I would argue will be one of the best, if not the best, approaches toward racial equity on the part of government anywhere in the country, but there's still some details that are being worked out, so that will not be marked up tomorrow. There are several other bills that are being processed through committees that are coming to the committee of the whole, so that's rather ministerial, if you will. When the committee of the whole is done meeting, which is probably by 1 o'clock, we will begin our regular monthly legislative meeting. There will not be as much business on the agenda as there was 2 weeks ago because we are now meeting every 2 weeks through the fall since it's the end of the council period. Probably the most newsworthy of bills that will be marked up is it's actually a resolution that's coming out of the committee of the whole that supports the renaming of Wilson High School. It does not select a name, but it urges that the process begin immediately with the DC public school system to look for a new name for Wilson High School. The issue there, as I'm assuming many people know, is that President Woodrow Wilson, while he had many domestic and international accomplishments, also reversed the course of the federal government with regard to hiring and Jim Crow and segregated the federal workforce, and that had a specific effect on the District of Columbia, and because of that racist legacy, assuming the council approves this tomorrow, which I do assume, the council will be saying that it's time to change the name. There are other what we call emergency bills, which are temporary bills that are coming before the council tomorrow. Three deal with landlord-tenant issues. One of them has to do with the process surrounding evictions, requiring
to get some of the pipes
eviction records be sealed after 3 years, that a landlord cannot ask an eviction history of a prospective tenant, an eviction history older than 3 years, urging that the Superior Court increase the filing fees for evictions, prohibiting evictions in amounts under $600, and also addressing that landlords have to look at more than just simply and solely the credit score when they are evaluating a prospective tenant. All this is meant at getting at some of the barriers that make it very difficult, particularly for low-income folks, to rent in the district. Once an individual is evicted, that carries on their record and makes it more difficult for them to rent again, even if they have pulled themselves out of economic distress. And this bill attempts to address that. Another bill concerns emergency rental assistance program, trying to broaden somewhat the criteria for access to emergency rental assistance, tying it to 40% area median income, for example, giving the Department of Human Services discretion to waive
Cineroll liquidity may last only 2 to 3 months.
How much money can be given out to individuals or households through the Emergency Rental Assistance or ERAP program. Some of the other emergency bills that are coming up tomorrow, revised game of skill machines, consumer protection emergency, which is, I'm going to say, fairly technical in terms of making some clarifying changes in the law regulating games of skill.
I don't know, but they called from the warranty.
Dealing with what we call streeteries, which are the restaurants that have moved out into the streets, usually the parking lane, given the restrictions of the public health emergency. And this emergency not only continues a program in place, but gives authority for it to continue into the spring. Those are probably the highlights of tomorrow's meeting. If there are questions for anybody, I'm happy to answer them at this point regarding the council meeting. The next council meeting after tomorrow will be on October 20th. Are there any questions? Yes.
I do have one question about the Wilson High School resolution. That's a resolution. Is there anything binding about that?
As a matter of law, there's nothing binding. However, I think the council expressing this opinion, which I expect it will do unanimously, is an important step in making sure that the government, and in particular DCPS, moves forward with this.
And then if I could just follow up, given the mayor's already said previously that she wants Wilson changed, and her Faces group has listed Wilson on their list, so I'm wondering why I know there's been a lot of attention on Wilson, but I'm just wondering why the council chose to carve Wilson out rather than look at the entire Faces report that the mayor's task force submitted that has numerous recommendations that go way beyond Wilson High School.
Actually, that's a good question because it highlights that I did not fully describe the resolution that we will be marking up tomorrow. It does speak to the need for a broader process of looking at names, so it's not isolated to Wilson. It is too soon for the council to have acted on the mayor's Faces report. That's why it doesn't go as far as addressing Faces or implementing Faces. But it does urge that DCPS revise its protocol, which right now, if I remember correctly, provides
back
that
down
when
to
a
testing the
group comes forward with
338-14
a
area, it
name
looks like.
for a school, that then the DCPS has this process for looking at renaming a school. And what we are urging is that
CZOI at 50 until
that protocol
2023.
needs to change.
That's funny.
So that
That's if people conform to the OPEC
and
cuts.
the process can begin without a name. I think I said this earlier. The council's not suggesting a name. We had a hearing. There were some suggestions made. I think there has to be a public process. An important part of the name of a school building or any public space is that there has to be community support. And let's see what the community thinks, but we want this to happen quickly.
Last on this, did the council do a fiscal impact on Wilson alone or on any of this?
We did ask for a cost. It didn't go through the rigor of a chief financial officer analysis because this is a resolution and therefore does not technically have a fiscal impact, but the estimate we got is that if all the signs and insignia and everything that has Wilson on it is changed to Woodrow Wilson and changed at once, that it could cost as much as $1.2 million. Yes, Mr. Rice.
Fed Evans says real estate values for office space are challenged. Of course.
The question was why the dyslexia bill has been delayed, because we were looking to mark it up on tomorrow. We are still working through some details. The bill was sequentially referred, and as it came out of the education
Are you kidding
committee,
me?
it had a cost of over $10 million a year.
Holy shit,
And it's
Ash.
unlikely that, particularly given
And
our declining
do you know if
run
this
rate
stuff
at the
is going
moment,
through?
that we would find
Like,
the
the
funding
people
for
are getting
that. So we
approved
are
with that
looking
type
at,
of...
how to restructure the bill to get down the cost.
With that information?
We talked about various measures for
Okay, yeah.
renters. How does it
Holy
fit into
shit.
the whole reclaim rent control proposals, including canceling?
There's no way.
The question is, how do the bills concerning landlord-tenant tomorrow feed into the broader debate around rent control, and in particular to cancel rent? They don't address that at all. And I don't think there is support in the council for canceling rent. Everybody's hurting here, both tenants as well as property owners in this recession. No, this bill looks at some specific issues around evictions as well as rental assistance. And so, for example, in the debate that you allude to with regard to rent control, I think there's been very little discussion about the court process. I didn't mention this earlier, but if I remember correctly, on average, there are about 31,000 eviction cases filed in landlord-tenant court every year. And 12% of those cases are for amounts under $600, which is why we have a provision that says that a landlord can't go to landlord-tenant court for amounts under $600 to evict for amounts under $600. There are other options for collecting. This is all to get at the eviction process and to reduce the incidence of eviction cases which stick with tenants even if they weren't evicted, and makes it hard for them to rent in the future.
I'll talk about it later, but
the district is an outlier
there's some nefarious things that are occurring in the underlying value of the market.
In the country for filing, and therefore it's very easy for a landlord to file a case. The 31,000 cases, if I remember correctly,
like once we're done with the virus, we're fucked on the basis of...
So there's a huge number of cases. In fact, there are quite a significant number that are simply repeat filings by landlords.
And a lot of the stuff that we have to deal with within the economy,
or whatever the particulars are,
that we have to make up for, we're fucked.
They do hurt a tenant, and hurt a
Pardon my
tenant
French.
Arguably for life, in terms of trying to find other new housing accommodations. So you can see that those are issues that aren't squarely within the debate about rent control itself. Yes?
Your colleague, Councilmember McDuffie, said that he wanted to start a task force, proposed a task force for reparations for African American residents. Do you have a stance on that?
I have not looked at that. I'm not familiar with that. I do know that there are two other bills that Mr. McDuffie has introduced that we are working on, I'm hoping, in a couple of weeks. One deals with the monuments more broadly, and the other, well, they both deal with monuments. But on that particular issue, no, I don't. Mr. Rice.
You mentioned monuments. Do you have a
Fed Evans says it's an uneven recovery. Says Fed will use all tools available.
I certainly
They
think that
see
there needs
for
to be interpretive
sees
materials
lower
for
for
that
longer
statute.
interest
I
rates
think
for
that,
quite some time.
I've heard
Says could be
people argue
uncomfortable for
strongly in
some
support of
people.
it, and people condemn it. And I think when one looks at it, one can see both views. When one looks at that statue, that memorial, they can see both views. And if nothing else, there ought to be more interpretive signage there to explain the statue. Madam Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you,
all.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm going to start with some basic information about our metrics, and then we will move into the DCPS discussion. This morning, we announced 28 new cases of COVID in our community, and fortunately, no no additional Washingtonians succumbed to the virus since we last reported. You can also see our metrics related to the level of community spread, the health system capacity, public health systems capacity, and our level of community engagement. And we are we see progress on many of those metrics. Also, this morning, we released the updated list of states that DC Health considers high risk. New Mexico was added, and Arizona was removed. And as a reminder, if you travel to and from these states for non essential business, you will need to quarantine for 14 days when you get back to DC. As of this morning as well, more than 400,000 people have been tested for COVID-19 in DC, including almost 120,000 tests completed at our public testing sites. And as a reminder, those sites are free, and there we test individuals who are 3 years of age and older. You can go to coronavirus.dc.gov for our daily testing locations. Starting today, we are making slight adjustments to the hours to accommodate the change in light available. The F Street, Anacostia, and UDC at Bertie Backus sites are now operating from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Monday through Friday, and our Firehouse testing sites are now open from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday, and the Saturday hours at the firehouses remain noon to 4 p.m. So once again, coronavirus.dc.gov for up-to-date listings on where you might get tested. This Monday, just go back 1 second, for example, our main drive-through sites are at Judiciary F Street between 4th and 5th Streets, and in Anacostia. Also, walk-up site at 2241 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, just a block away from the Big Chair. Additionally, today you can go to Turkey Thicket Recreation Center from 10 a.m. To 4 p.m., and our evening hours start at 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. at 4 DC firehouses. Today, we are also proud to announce that we have a second partner in helping to distribute the flu vaccine that will allow us to provide flu shots at 6 of our firehouse testing sites, and that's CVS. So we want to thank CVS for joining with us to make sure that everybody is getting the flu vaccine. Everybody 6 months and older should get their flu vaccine, and I'm told by Dr. Nesbitt that this is the right time to do it. So please go to your doctor's office. You may also go to one of these testing sites. You need to bring your insurance card and ID for testing at these sites. And there are also free sites available, and you can get that information by going to the DC Health website for information there. Now we want to provide you with an update on Term 2 at DC Public Schools, which starts on November the 9th. And as you can see from the data we release each and every day, the district will continue to take how we contain this virus Yes. So we know that there is a real urgency in starting to get young people back to our schools safely and with the necessary protocols in place to protect students, to protect our staff, and our families. So our entire DCPS community, along with the rest of DC government, is doing everything that we can to make distance learning work. And I want to thank the teachers and the staff who turned on a
Yeah,
dime
we
to
got that news
switch
right
to
as it
virtual
released.
learning. We
And
know that they
again,
are
she's tested
exercising
negative
every
for 4
skill that
days
they
straight,
have
and then on
to
today, the
be
5th day, she
engaging
tested
and
positive.
to make sure that this experience is good for our children and families. So we thank them for all that they are doing. But we also know that this distance learning is not working for a lot of our kids, and it doesn't allow us to reach our young people in the same way. So I want to turn to Chancellor Farabee to talk about what DCPS has been doing to get ready.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Bowser. Also want to acknowledge the leadership of Principal Plenty here at Wheatley Education Campus today. Thank you for hosting us. It's important for us to ground in some of our numbers for Term 1, which we're currently in now until November 6th, and we'll begin Term 2 on November 9th. One of the data points I'm really proud of, and as Mayor Bowser highlighted, our teachers, our school-based staff, and Central Service team have done a remarkable job in helping our students and families be more engaged during this pandemic. And so we're proud that over 92% of our students are regularly logging in online to meet with teachers, participate in live learning, and also to access our learning materials. We continue to provide meals to our students and families, and DCPS provided over 1.2 million free meals served since March and 33,000 in Term 1. We continue to see lots of interest from families in our Parent University series, which has helped families navigate the new school year. We've seen over about 12,000 families already log in and access our materials. We are committed to ensuring that every student who needs a device has a device for learning at home. To date, we've provided over 29,900 devices to students, including the iPad device, which is distributed to our pre-K3, pre-K4 families, and then we've also served over 13,000 callers in our help desk that's supporting families troubleshoot some of our technology challenges. And then our teachers, again, they've done an extraordinary job, and they've launched our Canvas classrooms. We're going to talk a little bit more about Canvas today, but we have 11,000 Canvas courses companions.
She's
this is
walking
where
around the house.
students go to access their content for their grade level. This is where they also access all of their assignments and curriculum materials. So given where we are in Term 1, the question is now what happens in the future for Term 2 and Term 3. DCPS is excited to plan for these terms with our learners' needs in mind, and excited to welcome back our elementary students in Term 2 in grades pre-K through 5 in our buildings. And we're going to talk a little bit more today about what those options are for our students in pre-K through 5. As we're currently in Term 1, it's important to note that we have launched our student support centers. We have 2 that have already started implementation of services, and we'll have more throughout Term 1. And then in Term 3, we will welcome back our secondary students in grades 6 through 12. As we move throughout the discussion this morning, it's important also to note when we speak of elementary grades, pre-K through 5, this also considers our education campuses that serve pre-K through 8th grade. Families will always have the option to continue learning at home throughout Term 1, Term 2, and Term 3. Going forward, the question about why returning to in-person learning is one that we want to start with responding. We know, as we've mentioned earlier, that learning at home has been positive for many of our students because of the extraordinary work of our teachers. They continue to exercise creativity, create enriching activities for our students, sparking curiosity, and also encouraging our students. However, we also know at this time that learning at home is not working for every student. And we particularly know that our youngest learners have been the most challenged. And so as we think about Term 2 and learning in person, we have prioritized our youngest learners by providing a safe and supportive learning environment for them. We also know that we have known subgroups of students that have had opportunity gaps prior to COVID-19. And so we're also offering in-person instruction to those groups of students where we know that there are known opportunity gaps to mitigate further learning loss. And then finally, we continue to maximize learning time. Whether students are learning at home or learning at school, we want to continue to ensure that they're getting the best experience possible. Our secondary courses are also built on a semester schedule, and that is one of the drivers for our decision around term 2 for our secondary students. So many of our students in grades 6 through 12 are assigned to a teacher by their course rather than grade level compared to elementary schools, and they have courses and classes that are assigned on a semester basis. So for term 1, term 2, for example, you may have a different set of courses that you take compared to term 3 and term 4. We believe that a transition in term 2 would be more disruptive for our middle school and high school
Yeah,
students.
if you
DCPS
weren't
has
in a
done
position
tremendous
for
work to
55 puts
prepare
on
for operating
DraftKings,
in
this might be an
person.
area where you would
There's a number of
potentially want to
steps
load
that
up.
we've taken in our efforts for planning, and also we outlined today the work that we will do as we move towards November 9th, and then the monitoring that will take place thereafter. We have issued a COVID-19 operational handbook and templates to help guide and support principals. We've also provided sessions and office hours for principals to best understand how operations will flow. And then we've also provided information on what model entry will look like and how to set up their buildings. And then we'll continue to support them with review of their plans of their building. And today I'm going to highlight some of that. You can see today on the campus at Wheatley Education Campus, as you walked in, you saw some of our sanitizing stations. You can see throughout the building our social distancing signage. All of that is a part of the review plan for our schools. We will also continue to prep and support schools on an individual basis to ensure that all of the social distancing guidelines are adhered to appropriately. We've already distributed PPE to schools. We have adult and children's size masks as well that we'll continue to provide to schools. And then we're also providing supports to schools to address essential work orders or the HVAC enhancements that we've referenced previously, and we are prioritizing our elementary buildings for the HVAC enhancements. We will continue to review the safety plans for schools between now and November 9th, and DCPS principals will also be hosting building walks with local school advisory teams, PTA, and union representatives to ensure that others that are associated with our school campuses have the ability to come and review the work and also to do a walkthrough of our buildings. And once we launch our in-person learning experiences, we'll continue to monitor the protocols and ensure that all of the PPE and resources are appropriately distributed to school, along with all of our work orders and HVAC enhancements. For term 2 for pre-K through 5 and then also our education campuses, there are 3 options for students. As I mentioned earlier, learning at home will continue to be an option for families. In this model, students will have the opportunity to have live virtual instruction, and they will also have independent learning time. Students will continue to master topics that are most crucial to their success, and they will also continue to run in our program of 5 days a week. We are offering in-person learning in in-person learning classrooms. In this model, students will learn in small cohorts, and they will be assigned to a cohort based on their grade level. And there will be a daily schedule that is very similar to the traditional school day. However, will be one classroom at each grade level, and that will be at every elementary school. We're also prioritizing self-contained special education classrooms for services as well, and this will begin on November 9th. And the programming for our in-person learning will run 4 full days, and it will be a half day on Wednesdays. We're also pleased to offer student care classrooms. And student care classrooms are Canvas academic and real engagement classrooms. Again, that's Canvas academics and real engagement classrooms. In this model, students learn in small cohorts as well. However, they will be assigned to an adult that will supervise the cohort that is not their teacher. The adult will provide support to students in their virtual learning. Students will have the opportunity to socialize with their peers. They'll have breaks throughout the day. They'll have access to recess and also access to meals as well. We will have a staggered implementation of this model. It will begin with pre-K grades, pre-K 3, pre-K 4 to grade 1, beginning the week of November 16th. And for grades 2 through 5, this will begin the week of November 30th. Similar to our in-person learning classroom, this will be a 5-day week model with 4 full days and a half day on Wednesdays. More information about our Canvas academics and real engagement classrooms. This is an outline of the learning model. As I mentioned earlier, students will continue their virtual learning and the supervised by an adult. There will also be provided meals, including breakfast and lunch. We also outline the staff role of the adult that will be supervising the Canvas academic real engagement classroom. The individual will be responsible for maintaining a safe environment, a positive learning environment. They will also support students with accessing their learning materials online. They will also facilitate arrival, dismissal, and any transitions throughout the day, and will be communicating with families as well. We also outline the staffing model, so we'll continue to utilize DCPS staff, and we have a large contingency of other government employees that meet the qualifications that are outlined on the slide, which includes background check and educational credentials as well. We estimate that we can serve approximately 21,000 students between the in-person learning classroom and the Canvas academic real engagement classrooms. We believe that this represents approximately 75% of our pre-K through 5 students enrolled. However, we cannot guarantee a seat for all students between the in-person learning classroom and the Canvas academic and real engagement classroom, but we will continue to provide families more information about how they can enroll. We believe that this is a good estimate of where we were in parent interest in the summer. In the summer, approximately 20-25% of our families reported they have a preference for virtual learning. So we anticipate 25% of our population will continue to want in-person learning. And again, 75% of our students could potentially be served through our in-person learning and Canvas academics and real engagement classrooms. This number of 21,000 seats is based on the number of classroom spaces that can be utilized in our buildings, which is approximately 2,300 spaces within our buildings. We are also estimating 5 to 11 students per classroom. That number is lower for our pre-K 3 and pre-K 4 classes, and also our special education self-contained classrooms, which totals the 21,000 seats. We estimate that we can offer approximately 7,000 in-person learning classroom seats, and we can offer 14,000 engagement classrooms for our Canvas engagement and real engagement classrooms. And important to note as we think about our in-person learning that these are organized by grade level. And so it is one classroom per grade level at every school, pre-K through 5, also including our education campuses that serve grades pre-K through 8. For our selection process, We are prioritizing classroom for our elementary students with the highest need based on the current enrollment information that we have. And so there will be a random selection process in which we will prioritize first students that are experiencing homelessness, students that are receiving special education services, and then also students who are English language learners. We will also prioritize students who are designated as at risk, and then all other students enroll. We will also be able to provide a sibling preference for those students who have siblings and they may be in a in-person learning classroom, or we will prioritize siblings for our Canvas academics and real engagement classrooms as well. The self-contained special education classrooms will follow a similar prioritization with one, students experiencing homelessness, and then secondly, all other students that are in self-contained special education classrooms. It's also important to note that our school administrators have the ability to appeal to the central office team to make any special seat assignments in our in-person learning classroom, and any special assignment would need to be approved again by the central office team. And so families may be wondering, so what do I do next? Families should expect to hear from us in the coming weeks, and we will reach out if a student is selected in the randomized lottery process that I've described. The school will reach out directly and offer seats to families. And on this graphic, we outline the process of the seat offering designations. And so once a seat is offered, a family can accept the classroom seat. If the family accepts the classroom seat, whether that be in-person learning or our Canvas academics and real engagement classroom, then they will be provided a designated start date. If a family is offered a seat and they decline the offering, they will continue with learning at home, and that particular seat will be offered to another student. We today also lift up our planning and monitoring tools. We provided schools information, as I referenced previously, about their operations. Operations handbook guide has been provided to schools. We will also continue to lift up our readiness checklist, which provides a set of expectations and standards for every facility that they must meet. And those expectations are aligned to DC Health, IC, and CDC guidelines to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. Here you can see our health and safety commitments. These are commitments that DCPS have previously communicated to families, and we will continue to implement in-person learning and our real engagement in Canvas academics classrooms accordingly. Here we highlight a day in a life. It's important to note that we thought through every aspect of the day for our students, and we will schedule accordingly. For arrival, for example, there are designated spaces for health screening and verification, for temperature check. We also are providing spaces for students to use sanitizers for hands and also receive a face covering for today. It's also important to note that there will be staggered times for breakfast. There will be minimal transitions. There will be staggered time for lunch and staggered time for recess. And there will be designated spaces for restroom use through the building, so students know exactly where they can go. And then dismissal will also be on a staggered time as well. We also want to remind families as they accept seats that immunization requirements are still in effect. Beginning the 2021 school year, immunizations are required for in-person attendance. And so we are asking families to ensure that they complete the right vaccinations for the student's age group. And we also want to note to families that once they receive an offer, they must provide immunization certification for their student to participate in in-person experiences. What do we do and how do we respond to COVID-19? As we track toward in-person experiences, if a student, staff member, or community member have been in our buildings and test positive with COVID-19, DCPS will take a number of steps to ensure that safety is maintained and communication and transparency is maintained. To minimize the impact and the spread of COVID-19 in any building, as I mentioned earlier, students are cohorted. When students are cohorted, they are with their cohort in their classroom throughout the day, and they transition with that group of students throughout the day. And as I mentioned earlier, those are smaller number of students, anywhere between 5 to 11 students, to ensure that there is healthy social distancing. We're also providing extensive training for all of our school leaders and staff on our reporting and response protocols. And when there is a confirmed positive case of an individual in the school building, individuals will be notified that are close contacts, and also there will be school-wide communication, and then we'll provide any guidance to any individual needing to quarantine accordingly in alignment with DC Health and CDC guidelines. We've talked a lot about close contacts. I just want to remind everyone the definition of a close contact. That is anyone who is within 6 feet or 2 meters of an individual with a COVID-19 case for a prolonged period of time, and having a direct contact with an infection secretion from an individual with COVID-19. Once again, those individuals are identified, we will follow the protocols for communication and self-quarantine. We wanted to provide a couple examples of what that would look like. And so here we provide an example of a school, and you can see the various cohorts for each classroom, whether that be an in-person learning classroom or a Canvas academics and real engagement classroom. You can see in this example, we highlight in a 4th grade cohort in a classroom what happens if a teacher tests positive. And so if a teacher were to test positive, students and staff in that 4th grade classroom in that cohort will be required to quarantine for 14 days. The school will follow all steps with DC Health and CDC for cleaning, disinfecting, and sanitation. And then there will be notification to the entire school community, and the DC Contact Tracing Force will interview the teacher. In the next example, we provide a snapshot again into the cohorts within the building, but this time we show an example of what happens if a student were to test positive. Again, students and staff within that 2nd grade classroom within that cohort will be required to self-quarantine for 14 days, and then we'll follow our cleaning protocols and sanitation and disinfection. And then we'll also provide the entire school community with information about the positive case along with the contact tracing interviews. And then in this example, we provide more information on what would happen if a parent or a member of a household of a student tests positive. The student will be required to quarantine for 14 days, and then the DC Health Contact Trace Force will also interview the parent and follow their protocols accordingly. And the final example we provided, what if a staff member is in a building but they're not associated with a cohort of students? What would happen if that staff member tests positive? If that were to occur, staff and students in close contact with that staff member would be notified and be required to quarantine for 14 days, and then we will follow our cleaning protocols, and then we will also notify the entire school community of the positive case, and then the contact tracing interview would take place with the staff member. DCPS is committed to transparency as we think about in-person experiences in our building, and we'll be providing regular reporting on COVID-19 cases. DC personnel working in the building, we will provide total number on personnel positive cases, and then the total number of personnel currently being quarantined due to COVID-19. For students participating in learning activities, we will also report the total number of students who have tested positive, and then we will also report the total number of students that are currently quarantined due to COVID-19. We will continue to work with schools on their readiness as we track towards November 9th. This includes ensuring that all of the PPE is within the building, to also ensure that all of the supplies are in the building, and the school has the health screening certification completed, and then the enhanced routines are ready and in place. It's also important to note that there will be new guidelines for visitors. New visitor management protocols will be in place to ensure that anyone not associated with in-person experiences, that is limited. As I mentioned earlier, there will be extensive training for staff prior to beginning the in-person learning activities. And then we continue to work with our staff on our staff survey to ensure that we consider any needs of staff as we consider who would be assigned to virtual learning and who would be assigned to in-person activity.
That ticker just looks like a pump and dump.
And we will assign those roles to staff accordingly. DCPS has provided to our employee groups our staffing assignment framework, which includes 4 options that consider various leave provisions that staff have access to, and also considers other special situations and conditions for staff. Next steps for us is to complete the staff survey that we have outlined, and once we have that information, we'll provide assignments back out to staff. We're asking families to be.
I'll just keep it a lower volume because I'm kind of listening to see the way that officials are treating the school year, getting that perspective.
By October 23rd.
It's kind of one of those things where it might not seem relevant now, but it might be relevant later, moving forward.
The expectation in the process for
Getting a sense of the countrywide perception of how they're going to be doing policy.
Families can also gather more information through 2 events that DCPS will be hosting. There will be a Term 2 overview on October 6th at 5:30 p.m. And there will also be a public health panel as well on October 14th from 6 to 7 p.m. Families are encouraged to register for those events. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good. I think you covered a lot. I'm not sure how you could possibly have any questions after that. Great overview. I appreciate it. And so why don't we start? Well, I'll just open it up for questions. The topic, yes.
Point I do want to add is as we think about the staff assignments, it's important to note that as a part of this effort, any DCPS staff member who has a child in a DCPS school,
the balance of the sample.
There's Como.
It's 1.2. Number of deaths, 8. They are in our thoughts and prayers. Statewide hospitalization, 636. ICU, 149. Statewide intubation, 70. Context first. We're coming into the fall. We have been told since early March, beware the fall. Beware the fall. Weather gets colder, more people move indoors, flu season, schools open. Schools opening are almost a predictor of increased infection rate. Colleges opening turned out to be more problematic than we thought. Colleges opening. SUNY's doing a great job. That's why Dr. Jim Malatras is here today. If SUNY was not doing a great job, Dr. Jim Malatras would not be here today. That's how you know that. So the fall is a challenging period, as we know. And we expect to see the infection rate go up in the fall. Context. All over the globe, the infection rate is going up. All over the globe. Countries that were doing remarkably well are now seeing spikes. USA overall is going up. Israel has a real problem. EU has a real problem. Canada has a problem. Argentina has a problem. The UK has a problem. And the UK, remember, they were up, they were down, they're up again. You look across the nation, states are all going up. So context, beware the fall, has been right. New York is the outlier in all of these international and national trajectories. We are the exception to the rule.
It's very suspicious.
This is the one situation where we want to be the exception to the rule, right? Other states up, other countries up. That in and of itself is a complication.
Hold on.
It's a complicating factor. Because New York State quarantine in effect. I know, but people still drive in. It's still water through a screen. People are still coming in on flights, international flights. People in Texas are coming in. People in California are coming in. People in New Jersey are coming in. So that's an added problem for us. If you look at the hotspot infection rate yesterday, Western New York is a hotspot. Yesterday was a good day, 1.2%. Broome has a hotspot. Came out of a pub restaurant, but Broome has a hotspot. Orange County, Rockland County, Brooklyn, Nassau could be on there with a hotspot in one section of Nassau. These clusters have to be attacked. Picture that map as a map of dry grass, and picture those hot spots as embers within the field of dry grass. Okay, that's how I think of it. The only course is to run to those embers and stamp them out immediately and dramatically. That's why I don't sleep at night. So you have to attack the clusters. How do you attack the clusters? Testing, 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 testing. Get the facts. Follow the data. Contact tracing off the testing. Testing in itself doesn't tell you anything, just that you have a problem. Contact tracing,
look, if you're in financial,
helps you solve the problem. And enforcement. Enforcement. Oh, that's so harsh, enforcement. Yeah, it's not. Enforcement is kind. You know why? Because enforcement saves lives. That's what enforcement does. Lack of enforcement is not kind. I believe that. I believe that. And I have said that from day one. And the state has been bullish on this. And it has worked. It's worked. It's not like I'm putting forth a proposition. Enforcement works. Any rule is only as good as the enforcement. Don't speed. Are you enforcing it? Don't litter. Are you enforcing it? Any rule is only as good as the enforcement, especially when it's a rule that people don't want to follow. Seatbelts, only as good as you enforce it. Don't text and drive, only as good as you enforce it. I say to people when I see them texting and driving, I say to them, I pull up, I roll down my window, I say, hi, you are texting and driving. That is a violation of the law. I know, because I passed that law. It's only as good as the enforcement. We're New York tough. What's within tough? Smart. Follow the data, follow the analytics, disciplined. Do the enforcement. Stick to the rules, stick to what's working. I've said this 100 times. But at this point in my life, I've said everything 100 times. Too many local governments are not doing enforcement. Warnings are not enforcement. Put a mask on or I will ticket you is not enforcement. Store owner, you're not supposed to have this many people in your store. We are past that. Everybody knows the rules. You don't have to pull over a car today and say, you know, you're not supposed to text and drive. They know that. They know that. What you wind up saying is, I got away with it. We've been saying you get away with it for too long. And we have lived through this repeatedly. This was bars and restaurants. How many times did I come before you and say, bars and restaurants are a problem? We have gatherings in front of bars and restaurants. Local governments have to do the enforcement. Week after week after week. And it got worse and it got worse and it got worse. I then said, forget it. I give up. The state government will do bars and restaurants. And we put together a task force. We did over 1,000 violations. And you know what? Compliance with bars and restaurants is markedly better than it has been. When was the last time any of you wrote a story about bars and restaurants and gatherings in front of bars and restaurants? Why? Because the owners know they'll lose their license. Oh, that's tough. No, we saved lives. I believe that. We saved lives. New York City has clusters. Queens, Brooklyn. We also have clusters akin to this, Orange, Rockland, a little bit in Nassau. I just got off the telephone with Mayor de Blasio, Controller Stringer, Council Speaker Johnson, UFT President Mike Mulgrew. We had a very good conversation. It was a collaborative, positive conversation. It's a complex situation. Works on a number of levels. There are a number of issues, and we talked through them. We have clusters where the viral infection rate is higher, about 3%, 4%. Where does the virus mainly transmit? Dr. Zucker was on the phone. We asked him that question. Schools, which are also the place where different communities come together, right? So my child goes to a private school, your child goes to a public school, but our children are on the same hockey team, or on the same soccer team, or they play together in the playground. Schools can be locations of transmissions. Religious gatherings, especially in these communities. New Rochelle, first hotspot, was an Orthodox Jewish man who went to a temple, hundreds of people, and then a wedding, hundreds of people. Orthodox Jewish gatherings often are very, very large. And we've seen what one person can do in a group. Look at this rose garden with the president, by the way. Outdoor event. Oh, those are safe, outdoor events. No, no, no. Safer than indoor. Nobody ever said safe. Safer than indoor. And look at that growing list of people at a presidential rose garden event who were theoretically tested before they came in. How many people could have been infected? 1, 2? And look at the spread in the Rose Garden. You know what happens here. You've seen it over and over again. Third are public spaces. These are basically in priority order. Fourth are businesses where consumers may interact, but that is way down on the list relatively. And the key to all of these areas is enforcement. All of them. We have rules for all these areas. We have rules for all these areas in place now. Well, then how's it increasing? Because people are not following the rules. That's why. On schools, my number one concern has always been schools. I said to the parents of this state, I will not allow your child to be sent to any school that I would not send my child. Period. And you have my personal word on that. I've spoken to thousands of parents who have called up and said, I'm worried about sending my child to school. I said, I won't allow a school to open that I wouldn't send my child to. That's my test. On the schools in these areas, not all of them have been tested. So we don't have data on all of the schools in these hotspot clusters. That troubles me. And on the telephone call, we were all basically in agreement. They have sampled some schools in the clusters, but not all the schools. And these are the hotspot clusters, right? So if you have to prioritize testing, you want to go to these schools first because you know they are in hotspot clusters. So some schools in those clusters we have not yet done testing on. Better safe than sorry. I would not send my child to a school in a hotspot cluster that has not been tested, where I did not have proof that the infection rate was low in that school. I would not send my child. I am not going to recommend or allow any New York City family to send their child to a school that I wouldn't send my child. We're going to close the schools in those areas tomorrow. And that's that. Religious gatherings, the city's proposal does not close religious institutions. We know religious institutions have been a problem. We know mass gatherings are the super spreader events. We know there have been mass gatherings going on in concert with religious institutions in these communities for weeks. 4 weeks. I don't mean little violations. You're only supposed to have 50, they had 55. I'm talking about you're only supposed to have 50 outdoors. They had 1,000.
There it is. New York City schools and hotspots will close tomorrow.
From the past couple of weeks. And these are just emblematic. You've all seen pictures like this for weeks. What did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? Religious institutions are mass gatherings and raise the greatest potential. It's schools and it's large mass gatherings. Schools, frankly, because they're students, and that's where our heart goes, our priority goes. But in terms of numbers, it's large gatherings and large religious gatherings are large gatherings. These have been going on for weeks. You don't see masks, and you see clear violation of social distancing. When were these pictures from?
One on the right is more recent than one on the left.
Okay. But they're in the recent past. So this has been going on for weeks. We've been talking about it for weeks. If we're going to keep religious institutions open, it can only be with two conditions. One, the community must agree, whether it's the Jewish community, whether we're talking about black churches, whether we're talking about Roman Catholic churches, the religious community has to agree to the rules. And they have to agree that they are going to follow the rules. And they have to agree that they are going to be a full partner in the enforcement of the rules. That's condition one. I'm going to meet with members of the ultra-Orthodox community tomorrow. I want to have that conversation directly myself. This cannot happen again. If you do not agree to enforce the rules, then we'll close the institutions down. I am prepared to do that. Second, after we receive the agreement, an agreement is only as good as the enforcement. We have to have real enforcement in these clusters and the other statewide clusters. The enforcement will help the community. If the rule is no more than 50% of the people in a black church, I want someone at that door when 50% enter the church, a person there who says to the pastor, you agreed to follow the rules, that's 50%, that's it, or we close it down. It does not work without enforcement. But both of those conditions have to be in place. And if I do not have the agreement from the religious community directly as a starting point, then we will close down the religious institutions. If they do agree to do it in partnership, then I want a real enforcement capacity. We're not going to make the same mistake twice. Tomorrow I'm going to meet with the larger congregations.
You should
New York
test
City,
negative.
Rockland, Orange, Nassau, and have that conversation. That's step one. If we get past step one, then we need enforcement in place. Enforcement is enforcement. I've said this to you. I have this conversation with local officials all day long. Well, we issue warnings. That's not enforcement. Well, we do public education. That's not enforcement. There is no person in the state of New York who needs you to tell them at this point, you must wear a mask. They know they must wear a mask. There is no need for public education. Find me the person who says, I never heard that. Really? You have to wear a mask? I never heard it. Find me the person in the state who says that. Enforcement is enforcement, okay? New York City only did 26 enforcement actions. Enforcement is, here's a violation. New York City deployed 1,000 people for days, 3 days. 1,000 people for 3 days is what? Is 24,000 personnel hours. 24,000 personnel hours, you only did 26 enforcement actions? That's not enforcement. We have to be more aggressive. I understand that it's impolitic. I understand the sensitivity in the community now, but I also understand you will see people die if we don't do more enforcement. I also understand that we have learned this experience before. This is the bars and restaurants story. Week after week after week, we have to do the enforcement. Nobody's doing the enforcement. Week after week after week, nothing changes. The state took it over. I did 1,200 enforcement actions. 228 immediate license revocations, just on bars and restaurants. 1,200. Now, was I happy about doing 1,200 enforcement actions? No. Immediate license revocation is very difficult. That business basically closes. People lose their jobs. You don't want to do this. But life is options, my friends. You don't do this, the virus spreads, people die. You tell me which is the nice and kind and responsible course of conduct. 1,200 enforcement actions just on bars and restaurants. That's enforcement. The state is going to take over the enforcement oversight in all the hotspot clusters. Okay? Local governments will need to provide us with personnel, but the state will take over the enforcement with the local personnel. I do not have enough state personnel to supplement every local police department in the state. To give you an idea, we have about 5,000 state troopers. There are about 35,000 NYPD, okay? Most of this enforcement is also going to be done by health department officials, other agency type officials. I said from day one to the local officials, I understand this is all tough stuff. And politicians like to make people happy, as a general rule. I like to make people happy as a general rule, too. I just have a superseding rule, which is I like to keep people alive. I'd rather you be alive and angry at me than have people happy with me. I'm elected to do a job and be responsible, and that's what I want to do. I said from day one, blame me. Blame me. You have to revoke a bar owner's license? Blame me. We have to close a temple because it's over 50%? I'll do it. We have to close a Roman Catholic church? I'll do it. I had to close the St. Patrick's Day parade? I did it. I'll do it. But none of these rules are going to make a darn if you don't have the enforcement. Another issue that came up on the phone, which is right. Targeting by zip codes is imperfect. The virus doesn't travel by zip codes. Neighborhoods and communities aren't organized by zip codes. Zip codes can be arbitrary and can leave out some communities that are infected. Zip codes can include communities that have a low infection rate. This is a zip code in Brooklyn. The white areas are inside the zip code, but we have the infection rate by address. You have areas in that zip code that aren't infected. You then have areas outside the zip code that are infected. So the zip code as a template is rough justice, but only rough justice. And we can refine that. It takes some review and analysis, but look at the actual cases that you have, again, by address, and make sure you're including the relevant zone, not just a zip code. You have to go a little bigger, you go a little bigger. If you don't have an infection rate in certain communities, don't include those infection rates. So the zip codes as a starting place, but we then want to have a team of epidemiologists and demographics people actually look at the maps and where the infection rate is and make sure we're drawing the right circle or the right borders. And the controller raised that point, and it's a good point. And the health officials agree. When we did New Rochelle, we did a circle. Every other state, every other country does a political subdivision, a county, a city, a town. So the zip codes are not the best template to use, and we want to refine that template. For example, we're closing schools in zip codes, but the school district is different than the zip code. So just because the school is located in that zip code doesn't mean the students come from that zip code. The catchment area can go the opposite direction from the zip code. But right now, that's the best we have with the New York City data, but we're going to refine this. Non-essential businesses, public spaces, remember it's mass gatherings. Public spaces, schools should close, but we need to have the right template designed before we can do that with full accuracy.
And we're getting that
The only
additional
action we're
news
taking
that
today on
more
this data, we are
confirmed
using
positive
the zip
cases in the
codes
White
to close
House.
those schools tomorrow. If we expand the regions, and that then includes other schools, we'll then notify people as soon as we know. But for today, all we have are the zip code is the zip code data. So it's the schools in those zip codes. And as we refine it, we'll let you know. So in total, schools close tomorrow. I'm going to be meeting with the Orthodox community tomorrow, see if they will agree to live and abide by the rules and advocate compliance. If the rabbi advocates compliance, that would be a very positive start. If the communities don't agree with the rules, which is possible, I had some conversations where some religious leaders believe they have herd immunity, which is not true. Some people believe, have followed politics and think that masks are ineffective and this is all a hoax. That's not true. But if they don't agree, then the state will take action. If they do agree, and we have the ability to enforce
4 days, okay.
Then we will go with reduced guidance, 50% rules, primarily outdoors, etc. We're going to do statewide enforcement, state supervised with local resources, but enforcement has to be enforcement.
April.
We need
drawing comparison
better
to
templates, geographic templates
Prime
and
Minister
zip codes.
Boris Johnson over in UK.
We also
he
need
tested
better
positive
data on these schools in these hotspot zip codes. More testing, faster testing, so we find out exactly
10 days
where we
before
are.
that Sunday, so
and we need to establish criteria for reopening.
So is that Friday?
When do
so the 29th.
the areas reopen?
It took 10 days for him to be
what
hospitalized.
Testing data, what percent over what period of time? That has to be established. So in closing, New York City is not unique. We have this all across the state. Again, we started
and then the
with
next
the first
day.
hotspot, and
so it took 11 days for
continue.
Boris Johnson to
It
go
is
into
the
the
way of
ICU.
the world. It's the way this virus moves.
Back in April.
It starts in a cluster. It always starts in a cluster, wherever. And the question always becomes,
And then
can you stop it in the cluster? Can you tamp out the embers before it's a fire out of control? That's always the question. That was the question in Wuhan, China. Could you get to Wuhan and stamp it out before it spread? That was the question in New Rochelle. And we did stamp it out in New Rochelle, by the way. And every state is dealing with it. But it's a statewide issue. It's testing and it's enforcement. That's what we're down to. We're New York.
Oh
tough,
shit.
Smart, disciplined. Just to
That's
reiterate,
big.
the fall is perilous.
Fed's spooling up
We have to
a
stay vigilant. When we talk about 1%,
tool.
I understand that it is a hyper ambitious goal. You have to remember we were at 20% infection rate at one time. And I understand that we are surrounded by higher infection rates.
Yeah, Fed's spooling up an
Jersey
additional
is 2.1.
facility.
They were 3 last week. Okay? Connecticut is 1.3. They were 1.5. And Connecticut has always been a relatively easier situation than New York. I'm envious of my friend Governor Ned Lamont. Pennsylvania is at 7.9%. We have people coming in and out of here every day from these states. We have people flying in from other countries. So, 1%. Hyper ambitious, unrealistic. Keep the bar high, raise the goal, and we do the best we can. But I'm also realistic, and these are the facts that surround us. That's why right now, you take out our hotspots, we have one of the lowest infection rates in the United States of America. And that is the gold standard, and that's what we want to try to achieve. Even if it is not fully realistic. But New Yorkers have done an amazing job. Highest infection rate at one time, lowest in the nation. God bless New Yorkers. And I want to make sure as governor, I'm doing everything I can to honor and fulfill their sacrifice and their toughness and their love for each other. And we're doing that. Questions?
On the schools specifically, do you have a sense of how many that is total in Brooklyn and Queens? What will the duration be? And why did you think now is not the time to really go after the essential businesses? I mean, do you think you could do that as soon as this week?
Essential businesses are like number 4 in the spreader priority, right? Schools, mass gatherings, religious institutions, especially in these communities, public spaces, businesses. But the businesses are not mass spreaders. You know, you're talking about small stores. We're not talking about large box stores in these communities, right? We're talking about small stores, the difference whether you had 6 patrons or 8 patrons at any given time. Businesses will be really affected by the lines you draw. And we're going to, I believe we can draw better lines than a zip code. And before we create confusion, on one side of the street you're open, one side of the street you're closed. Why? Well, the zip code line is on this side of the street, not that side of the street. Let's get the right template, and then we'll take those actions. But the big generators, schools, it's children. There are about, do you remember the numbers of schools we said were in these areas? Mike said it, how many were tested? 28 or 30 of like 180 or something like that. Many of the schools in these clusters just have not been tested yet. And that gives me concern. And they are possible transmission places. And then it's going to be the mass gatherings and the religious institutions, and those are the pictures, right? That's what it is. It is those super spreading situations. And that's what we have to get a handle on.
Governor, the mayor had proposed. Are you talking about yeshivas and other private schools in addition to the public schools?
Yes.
The mayor had proposed Wednesday to close the schools. You're moving that up one day. What is the reason for that? His argument was, we're just about through with giving every child that in-person day in the blended model. Wednesday is when it makes sense.
We had a phone call now. Mike Mulgrew recommended it. The Speaker recommended it. The Controller recommended it. I think what was the determinative fact was there has not been testing in those schools. Some of the schools in the hotspot zip codes have been tested, but some have not. How can you send children into a school in a hotspot zip code when you know that you don't have any information as to whether or not it's safe?
Well, you sent them in today. You could have made this decision yesterday on Sunday.
Yeah, except I wasn't involved, right? I had the conversation today, so I can't move any faster than this.
And just as a quick follow-up, you're not closing the schools in Orange and Rockland, the other hotspots, just the New York City schools? Why?
We may close those schools.
Same.
We don't have the same.
It still has to meet at least
problem, but
the offering
I'm going to be
price.
speaking to those community leaders also tomorrow.
This could be just a premium burn day.
It's roughly the same
Makes sense.
situation. If the religious leaders do not agree to abide by these rules, then we will close the religious institutions, period. If they agree, I will only go forward if I know we have a state-supervised enforcement action. Because I've seen this movie, and you've seen this movie, 26 enforcement actions is not enforcement. And I understand it's difficult, but I want a person monitoring the attendance in a temple, in a black church, in a Catholic church, and if the rules are violated, then action has to be taken at that moment. And that enforcement has to be in place. The challenge is, I don't have, on the state side, enough people to say, we'll do all the enforcement. That would be easy. And I would do that in a heartbeat. I didn't even have enough people to do the bars and restaurants task force. We took people from all over. I have environmental inspectors on that task force, you know. But it also proved it worked. And both conditions have to be in place if we're going to allow the religious institutions to stay open. If one or two doesn't happen, then we'll close them. I don't have a problem with that.
Governor, on this new task force, will the NYPD be involved in enforcing social distancing restrictions among individuals or purely through this task force on businesses, schools, religious institutions?
It's individuals, but you know, you want to prioritize your impact. Mass gatherings have the most potential to do a super spreader, right? Rose Garden, New Rochelle. Certainly mass gatherings first. If I'm an investigator and I'm out there and I want to make a difference in the world, mass gatherings at religious institutions, mass gatherings in parks. By the way, mass gatherings of young people at parks in front of NYU, right? College kids coming out, 200-300 to party. Those are all mass gatherings. And that's a priority for compliance. Schools, priority. And then you go down with businesses, and then individuals.
So would they be authorized then to ticket people who are street without masks, for example?
Oh, they are now.
But it's
Zach.
the intent for them to enforce it in that way. You say it's not the highest
Zach,
priority, but
it
should we expect
is
that?
now. You walk down the street without a mask, you're within 6 feet of a person, you are in violation of the law.
But will they enforce it through this new task force?
Yes. And they should be enforcing it now. See, you should not, that question should not be a question. The answer is of course. NYPD should be enforcing it now. New York City Department of Health should be enforcing it now. You should have no question in your mind that if you walk down the street and you're not wearing a mask and a police officer sees you, you're going to be ticketed.
Doesn't Orange County and Rockland County have higher infection rates than
It depends. It depends on where.
If you have higher infection rates, why not close the schools there as well?
Well, that's what we're going to be talking about. And there's some disparity in what the infection rates are, and we want to drill down on the data. But it's the same basic conversation we're having here. Excuse me 1 second.
Do you believe you have the legal authority to close down religious institutions to the case that? Wasn't there a recent court order barring you from doing that?
We believe we have the legal authority. We will assert the legal authority. We have been sued by the religious organizations. Our legal authority was upheld. I don't like getting into a litigious situation with the religious community. I have enough questions that I have to answer when I get to the pearly gates. I don't want to also be questioned as to why I was sued by the Catholic Church or the Jewish community for closing temples. I have enough issues on my plate. But yes, we believe we have the legal authority. Did you want to say something?
No, I would just say, Luis, you have to remember back. So when we did New York on Pause back on March 20th, we banned all mass gatherings, more than 10 people, and we closed all non-essential businesses. It was the mass gathering rule that was upheld, and so technically during that period of time, individuals could walk into a religious institution and pray, but you couldn't have more than 10 people in a religious institution, regardless of occupancy at any given time. What changed was when we began to do the phased reopening and we started to say that businesses could have 50% capacity, we said houses of worship could have 30%, 33% capacity. The lawsuit was over whether or not it was fair that in a religious institution you were taking a different standard than any other business. And the court at the time went with the businesses. But what the governor is describing is if we're moving into a situation where we're indiscriminately saying a mass gathering number in a certain region based on infection rate would be lowered, let's call it 10 people, I'm not saying that's what it's going to be, but just for example's sake, 10 people, then you're not saying a religious institution is being treated differently than any other institution because the law would be applied evenly throughout. Does that make sense?
The picture of the two. Can you put up the picture of the two congregations again?
Sorry, Luis.
So, Governor,
Wait, Luis, just Luis finish.
On the non-essential businesses, could you clarify your stance? Are you leaning against shutting them down and closing them? Are you leaning against the mayor's proposal? What exactly are you waiting for on the non-essential businesses?
On the non-essential businesses, also on the schools, we all agree we need to do a better template than a zip code. A zip code is not the best definition of the applicable zone, right? You have information beyond the zip code level. You have addresses.
Good evening.
You have census tract data. So if you have to draw I use the word containment zone in New Rochelle, I got into all sorts of trouble. If you have to circumscribe an area, make sure you have the right boundaries. And before you make a determination about essential businesses or not, make sure you have the right geographic area. Because you will be closing businesses, and if you don't do it right, it'll just be arbitrary and capricious, and then they'll bring you into court, and they'll say it's just because I happen to be in the zip code, and one side of the street, the deli's open, on the other side of the street, the deli's closed. What sense does that make? All you're doing is bringing the people across the street. So what is the best area? Once we have that done, then I don't have a problem with closing the essential businesses. Then you determine for how long, by what data, etc. But even all of this comes back to, do you have the enforcement capacity to enforce any of this? All these great rules. Yeah, but do you have the enforcement capacity? So, I know we're giving you a lot. First action, close the schools tomorrow. Use the zip codes, because that's all you have for now. If you come up with a different template, when you come up with a different template, if it includes additional schools, include additional schools. Meet with the Orthodox community, see if they will agree to live by the rules. If they do, then we need to put in together a statewide enforcement task force, and the local governments have to give me enough personnel to make it work. And that will be statewide, including New York City. Then redraw the geographic boundaries, see what's in and see what's out, then put that out there. And that's all.
So, Governor, why do you think Mayor de Blasio has not been able to pull the trigger on enforcing these things?
You'd have to ask the mayor.
But I'm asking you.
I know you are asking me, and that's why I am saying you have to ask the mayor. Look, I think it's not just a New York City issue. It's local governments, plus or minus. Some are very aggressive, by the way, and do a great job. But some have been very reluctant. And that's why I had to do the bar and restaurant task force. I mean, how many times did you sit here and I saw the skepticism in your face when you'd say, here he goes again with his bar and restaurant rant. But yes, how many weeks did we say, look at the crowds, look at the pictures, look at all the young people in front of the bar, do something? They did nothing. Part of it is the environment, you know. The NYPD, tension with the community. Do they want to engage in this kind of activity? Then you go to, the mayor's been using the sheriff. The sheriff's office is 150 people. What do you think 150 people are going to do? I mean, it's just not enough. And then you have the political overlay. You're dealing with government saying to religions, you shouldn't have more than X people in your church or your mosque or your temple. That's a politically uncomfortable situation. You know, I have to say to the Orthodox community tomorrow, if you're not willing to live with these rules, then I'm going to close the synagogues. I have had a 30-year relationship with the Orthodox community. It goes back to my father. I have a very close personal relationship with them. This is the last thing I want to do. Forget the politics. I don't care about that anymore. Personally, I don't want to have this conversation. It's a difficult conversation. And you're right on the line of government intrusion on religion. So it's hard. I didn't want to close down 1,000 bars, put people out of work. You know, it's hard. But I know, in New York City's case, 26 enforcement actions? That, with this rampant, ongoing violation, you think 26 enforcement actions was going to stop it? No. Do you have that picture?
The state is going to oversee the enforcement with local personnel. What does that mean, and why is it going to be different than what you just described?
I would have, what we did with the bars and the restaurants is I used state personnel from all across the state, and it was run by the state police and the SLA. Here we'll have a task force put together, run by the Department of Health and the state police. And local governments will need to assign people to that task force who are supervised by that task force, deputized by that task force to give out state summonses as directed by the supervisors of that task force, right? So you can be a Nassau County Department of Health official. You are assigned to the task force. I'm the state person running the task force. I say, you're going to be stationed in front of St. Peter's Church. The capacity is 150. You stand at the front door. When they go over 75, you close the door and call me. And if you have any problem, this state police officer is down the block and he'll come help you. That's your job. You are from the Department of Health, but you are assigned, Nassau County, but you're assigned to a state task force.
So the state is telling the local officials where to be.
Say one more time, I'm sorry.
The state is telling the local officials where to be.
No, the state is determining where to be, primarily based on the hotspot clusters, right? Here in New York City, we knew where the problems were. We knew it. So we're all looking at the same areas because we all have the same data on the zip codes and the communities. We just haven't been aggressive enough on the enforcement. And I've said from day one, blame me. I'm willing to do the enforcement. I have a different political perspective. I think it's kind and right and responsible as opposed to harsh and I'm going to make enemies. And the state task force is going to do it, but I don't have enough people. I don't have enough personnel. So I need them to assign me personnel.
I'm just wondering, if the locals didn't do it before, what makes you think they're going to do it now?
Oh, because they're not doing it in their name. It's my name that they're doing it in. And that makes all the difference.
That's going to make the difference.
Oh, yes, because there's no political recriminations to them. You know, I'm going to say to the Orthodox community tomorrow, if you don't agree, then we will have to close down your religious institutions. I'm going to have to say that to the black ministers. That's not a comfortable conversation.
Just to punctuate the governor's point, so just so we're all clear, Section 20 of the executive law regarding emergency response delegates the authority on enforcement in an emergency to the locality. So let's just use that as the baseline. To go on the governor's point on the SLA, what was happening a lot over the summer was everyone was seeing on social media reports of bars and restaurants and drive-in concerts, whatever it may be, in clear violation of the rules that we put into place in order to keep the virus contained in New York. We would reach out to the local health departments, local governments, say, what are you doing about this? And politically, it was very difficult for them. Oh, my friend's cousin owns that bar. This person I know owns that restaurant. It was just one time. And so the governor put together the SLA task force.
But not this.
The hope being from the SLA task force was that we would go after individual bad actors before having to blanket punish an entire industry. So rather than in that moment in July and August say, we're closing all bars and restaurants, indoor, outdoor, everything, we tried to surgically go after the individual bad actors. And it was incredibly effective. To the governor's point, you now see dramatic change in compliance. At the same time, My phone was ringing off the hook. Robert's phone was ringing off the hook from local politicians, state legislators, assembly, and senators in these areas saying, you closed down my friend's brother's bar. You're being gratuitous. It was just one violation. You're going after and fining these people. And we said, yeah, we are, because we lived through mass graves on Hart Island, and we lived through sirens in this city, and we lived through death, and we're not doing it again. So we will take it over. And when they say, well, we're upset, you can say, well, the governor's office is terrible. They're going to continue doing it, and they're going to continue doing it no matter what we say, so you better just follow the rules. And we have seen a dramatic change in compliance as a result, and that's what we're trying to accomplish here.
Let me do it another way for you. Just turn the picture a little bit so I don't have every local official calling me this afternoon.
What are you doing?
First,
what are you doing, puppy?
Many local governments have done this very well. Second, this is a very different situation.
What are you doing, pup?
Because this is a state law that has been delegated to them to enforce.
Judicial Kelly.
State law, which is a new state law, delegated to them to enforce.
Oh, yeah, that's 1 minute ago.
They don't close down
But we already
religious
knew that news.
institutions. It's not what they do. They don't close down bars. They don't close down restaurants. They don't close down drive-in concerts. They don't tell people to wear masks.
Beyond puts for this week?
They don't tell people you can't gather.
This is the top.
100
Well, I
people
mean,
in a
they've
bar.
had the
They have
reiteration
never
of
done this
news that
before.
they're going to be
It's
showcasing
not
in
what they do.
Walmarts, you know. What I see here is you look on the daily. It might be, well, is it the top? No, it's not the top. In terms of the daily side, it's making higher highs if you look at the daily candles. And it's breaking over supply where supply could be, you know, potentially here at the 161.49 level. You look at it, you know, complementary to here, you also have it breaking over areas of resistance back whenever it popped up to 230. Look at it. From looking at the momentum that's actually occurring within Beyonds, you might see a retest of the highs up here of 230. But I don't know the time frame on that. It's a guessing game, I guess. I guess it's a guess. Yeah. Oh yeah, there does go. Monsieur Trapkins. We got a little bit of movement in SPY too. Bearish engulfing on the 5 minute. Time to gamble. Yeah, there's a weird timing. Well, I guess this is post-lunch sell-off that's occurring. The market. That's the only, I guess, plausible explanation, maybe. But this is the break. It seems it's quite a bit of movement coming up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Burn it down. Where is the news? Or is it just movement? Hey.
What did I miss?
We got some movement coming on in SPY. It's
Any news?
I think it might be reactionary to additional positive cases in the White House, but so far
okay.
nothing just yet.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to see if there is any additional supplemental news as this starts to catch the downfall. But yeah, we had confirmation that New York's closing down ahead of schedule.
Okay, so that's gonna be fear in the streets.
Yeah.
Pins is being a little bitch, not dropping.
And we might see that news. I think that might be the early news. Somebody knew that Trump's not going to be released from the hospital today. Again, it's what it suggests on the basis of how strong the sell-off in both the dollar and bonds have been today. That's way too much strength, especially as he's hospitalized.
I'm saying 337 to 335 and put still long on SPY.
Yeah, everyone's being a degenerate in gambling. And there's confirmation if on the stimulus talks being delayed for signing from the Senate side, they won't be doing any more talks until tomorrow between Nugent and Pelosi. So if they get that consent agreement to go pro forma today after market, then they won't be voting on the stimulus bill until the 19th of October.
That's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Especially as furloughs extend and more layoffs occur, and not just that, but increase in case numbers due to lower temperature and higher humidity. It's all setting up for some drastic movements across the market. The one-day DraftKings head and shoulder. You know what? I kind of see that too on the daily. Yeah, let's go back down to 38 while I'm holding this 55 put.
Like I said, just be careful on DraftKings. There is a dark pool to 64.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that there. Is there... No, that was cleared in the cash session back then.
I'm seeing random 3400, 3450 calls long for today. But at the same time, I'm seeing 33.90 puts long for today. We're going to get a move very swiftly into the close.
Yeah, especially if we don't have any kind of news either way.
Okay, now I'm seeing 33.75 puts long. Huh.
Velocity of money is way down. Down by 25%. Nice.
On what?
The velocity of money, the US currency.
SPY is holding, oddly enough.
Yeah. For it to be above yesterday's or last week's highs and still continued delay in stimulus, it is a joke. It is a yoke. I like the headline though. World Health Organization says 10% of the global population is infected.
That's cute.
It's pretty good. What is beyond NASDAQ or SPY? Beyond is NASDAQ.
Any flow for BA.
Yeah,
I'm seeing if it can get over 170, 250, it can probably hit 180, 250.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's higher highs off the resistance.
La piste de resistance. Yeah, it does look like chop now.
More chop. Damn it. Damn it. Just let it fall. Much. I know they want to dump it. This is what you get. Let's looking at that daily volume overall, since China's still closed. Let's see, how long until they open? China doesn't open for another 80 hours, so good. That's pretty good.
Wow, BYD has been pumping all day today. BYND pricing 210 next week.
Mm-hmm. COVID whistleblower's mother reportedly arrested in China. I love it. Nice. What are you barking at? What are you... Oh my goodness. Burn it down. Just let it burn. It's gonna print. Wait, you got the 160 put and beyond? Why? I know it's up there, but it's not just a top. It broke through supply.
Yeah, BYND is trying to get to. I mean,
like if
trying
you
to reclaim all-time highs.
Yeah, you bought it above supply. As in it there's buyers here still. If it breaks supply, then that means that you have additional amount of, purchasers. This was, looking at areas here, this is areas of supply. The fact that it's now above that means that there is enough purchasing strength. So you didn't buy at the top, you bought above an area of supply, or it should have sold off. If anything, you would want to wait for confirmation for it to retest. Since it broke above supply, you would want to wait for something around like 165 to get puts. You'd want it to come back down to retest the lows to see if supply is still here, if this is still an area where it sells, or if it's going to come back down to, like 165. Because if it goes below that, then that we probably should test 150 again, as this was an area of demand. But at the same time, there was that news that was reiterated last week that they're going to be supplying 2,500 Walmarts with Beyond products. And we also have back in like earlier this year, let's look at the 2-hour chart. Yeah, even marked this out earlier, where there was what used to be supply out between 140 and 146. You're seeing pretty much the same setup here, that once it breaks out of supply, if it can retest and break above, that's whenever usually sometimes new demand sets up. Priced in? If it were priced in, then why are we continuing to go up?
Don't be so harsh, please.
No, I'm just explaining on the basis of like where we see this area where it did broke out above these highs.
It's a fair argumentative debate.
Yeah.
No, Andrew, I didn't buy calls to troll Albert. I think it's going to 210 next week. That's why I bought it. I was literally planning to get it even before he took his puts, and then I was like, oh, I'm not too sure why he took those. Yeah. In all honesty, it could come back below 170 this week, but next week it'll go to 210.
The next area of supply, if it continues higher, is anything above 208.48. But of course, this is running on additional news from, well, a reiteration of old news for them to push out products into Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
So that it's valid that it's starting to break above this area of supply.
If it gets over 175 today, it'll probably see 180 by tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Costco is doing a silent run. It pulled back a bit. I still think Costco will get to about 365 this week.
Oh, damn. Activision might be setting up for potential drop too.
8 TVI.
Yeah, it looks like 80 isn't gonna be tested this week potentially.
I'm actually seeing 8150 calls long for this week, and then I'm seeing 73 puts long for end of the month. Skeptic Panda is skeptic.
Yes. Yeah, and on the basis of because they dropped pretty heavily on Friday. They have not gone back to retest 8031. It looks like, but on the intraday, it does look like we're making a lot of chop, but some of that chop is higher lows. So maybe so. It just looks weak.
QQQ is pricing potential 285 this week.
Of course, it's the cop out.
What is Pluto saying? AMD 90 calls are hitting the tape like crazy for this week.
Yeah, it's gonna do it. Opinion for crowd?
CrowdStrike, CRWD.
Well, shit. Damn.
Could come to test 150, but I don't think it'll break through it.
No, unless it. What is? Because they had their earnings that were lackluster. They missed quite a bit on their earnings. And that was back at the beginning of September. Why is this an important level? And I'm just going to do that one line because that's where the last 3 days have found their tops, and that's where we're currently at. So if we look at the 2 hour, yeah, it looks like anything above 146 is supply. That's where it's at. That's why we are hitting these areas and kind of selling off. But I do see demand currently is anything below 132 for the most part. Yeah, actually 133.62. It looks like this is the range we're going to see for this week. But ever since earnings, it is making higher highs and higher lows. How's that daily volume too? It's nothing too telling with the daily volume. Get the 15-minute. Yeah, on the 15-minute, it looks like it doesn't like staying above 145.76. Yeah, be careful if you've got any type of
calls.
Yeah, calls in this. Interesting. Oh, that's weird. Why did that 5-minute? That's a weird wick on EA. It's a really strange wick. 132.94.
On what?
On EA, Electronic Arts.
It's in the game. Overall boring day, guys. Nothing else to do. Go ahead and carry it out. We hit quite a few bangers. Snow is starting to dump again.
BR printer goes burr. Crowd, it it needs to hold this area to continue upward this week. If not, we'll just see more probably chop within the ticker itself. If not, further selling off. I expect a red candle for most this week. Looking at the weekly chart.
BYND is just chopping here. It should, and consolidating more so. If it holds 174, it should get over 175, over 175. Probably see 177.50 to 178.
Yeah,
Tomorrow,
a good area that we currently know to short beyond is anything above 210.
Yeah.
Or anything around 210.
Google coming down, Nikola coming down, Netflix coming down, Nvidia consolidating. Looks like next leg up will be 545. Reagan trying to figure its shit out. Shop is starting to fade.
Huh. Can I... Oh yeah, that's right. Candy Motors is supposed to have their vehicles released this month. Supposedly. That's a Chinese-based electric vehicle company that says they're selling electric vehicles for less than $20,000. One model being less than 20, one model being less than 100. I'm sorry, yeah, less than 10,000 after tax credits. But I actually drove by their offices that they say is their corporate HQ in the United States, and it is not there. There's no candy anything there. It's just a business address, a legal business address. They do not exist. So that could be a good short as it comes up here. I haven't read any news with them, but I remember them being pumped all over the place back whenever they said they were doing an electric vehicle under $10,000.
Oh my god, this is boring.
Anything above $7 on candy is supply for what it sees. And looking at those option chains, wow, there's actually a lot of volume. Holy cow. Do you happen to know any type of target for candy? They only, yeah, KNDI.
Okay. Let's see. Candy Tech Corp. I'm seeing 7 calls long for October 16th.
Yeah. If anyone remembers, they went from like the morning before they were at $3.70 and they went up to $17 that week.
Walmart is pricing 145 to 147. Pins. No, I cut them. It's just stupid.
Pastor Greg Laurie of Harvest Christian Fellowship in Riverside, California, has tested positive for COVID-19.
Who
She
hasn't tested positive?
she was at the Rose Garden during the SCOTUS event.
I'm really confused why 70 puts for DraftKings is long.
Because of the offering.
But why 70 puts? It's already at 60.
Yeah, easy money.
Yeah, it's a stupid play in my opinion.
Unless somebody already has a bunch of... Well,
SPY is tumbling.
Yeah, I see it. It might be they're just hedging their position.
Okay, SPY, if it breaks under 338, is going to come down to 337. Below that, 336.50.
The only news I'm seeing is that pasture, somebody outside of the White House, tested positive. Or there might be the snippet that French health minister says that there's 1,400 coronavirus patients in the ICU for the first time since May, with nearly 7,000 in the hospital. So they're starting to see an alarming rate of hospitalizations and intensive care patients. Yeah, honestly, I think it'll before the debate, they're going to, as a precautionary measure, they're not going to be doing the debate for the vice presidents unless they decide to go ahead with virtual setup. Yeah, 338.14. It needs to break here.
If it goes below 338, I'll take puts.
Yeah.
Why am I getting a fucking phone call from Liverpool and not answering that?
It's unit pickup.
Okay, SPY is below 338. Bounced right back up.
That's a dude. Wait, what did I say? Oh, it's because I was reading Amy Connie. Right, yeah. That bouncy.
It broke below 338 and just pounced right back up.
It needs to hold above 338.14 for this bullish sentiment. Maybe that's it. CNBC just reiterating who's tested positive. Press secretary and 2 deputies. What? We've already seen this news. Why is everyone regurgitating this? Someone's got puts. Someone's got a lot of puts. If everyone's rehashing this news that has been out.
Unit logged into the brokerage account, kicked me out, had to kick him back out.
It looks like we might, well, we'll see what this, because next 5-minute candle started, if we can push over 338.14. But it looks like anything above that is supply on the intraday.
Okay, I am seeing weakness in Microsoft, and I think it's gonna buckle. Oh, God.
Yep, rejection up there. Oof.
Yeah, it's gonna buckle.
Trump's SCOTUS announcement. And with Pence at the National Mall Prayer March. Wow, that's strange. With the way that all of this news, like in terms of trying to contact trace this stuff, there's no telling where patient zero for this White House outbreak was at. This is kind of crazy. There's no way. We'll probably see Nikola's Dark Bull hit this week. And it's already down 4%, but we still have what is it, 2043 to hit on Nikola.
Spies still can't reclaim.
3 minutes.
38.14.
3 minutes ago, CDC recognizes some published reports showing limited circumstances where people with COVID-19 infected others who were more than 6 feet away. Hurricane news. Delta is strengthening. Get calls on Delta Airlines.
Dow is pricing 34 this week. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's an important level that we still need to try and reclaim. It's 338.14. Five-minute candle's about to... Oh, airborne spread beyond 6 feet occurred in poor ventilation. Limited spread seen after positive person has left area. That's from CDC.
All right, we're long. The equity stop loss for BYND is at 172.50. But because these contracts are for next week, you're not really worried about them until we get into about Wednesday. In the brokerage account, we are long AMD 85 calls for this week at $2 a piece. This will be a swing until Wednesday. So BYND and AMD are what we're in right now.
Yeah. What? Marine 1 spotted towards Walter Reed. Unless this is...
Going back under 338.
Flight tracker. What is... I need to look that up. Marine 1 flight code. Is Marine 1 only? Oh, HMX 1, okay. Trying to find that now. Somebody said they were flying over. Huh. I guess not. I don't see any news for Marine 1. Oh, there it is, okay.
What about Marine 1?
Trump's helicopter seen headed towards facility.
Facility? What facility?
The hospital.
Oh, so they're going to take him home?
Maybe. I mean, it could mean, you know, one of two things. One, he's transferring to a different location. Well, I mean, of course. Change in location, or there is just in case he is released. But in terms of location, if he transfers to a different hospital where there's a different specialist, or he is deemed able to be taken back to the White House.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, I wouldn't, because we still don't know at which point we are contagious for the start, and whenever we're no longer contagious with the virus, he might not return to the White House. Trying to find a flight tracker for that, though. I want to track White House. Damn it. Mm-mm-mm. Where is it? How do I... Principal still waiting. No sign of any action. No helicopter on the landing pad here. It's been 24 hours since his medical team updated us on his health. Whoa. Okay. It's a little bit of a drop, Spy. Let me just reduce how I view those candles so it doesn't look like it's anything insane. But yeah, Spy, it looks like it is about to break down even further. We need to hold this area at 337.65 on Spy.
I think it's going to 33.81 SPX.
Yeah, we need to hold here.
Yeah, market's puking now. Slowly but gradually.
How are we looking on? All right, crude is also falling that. Let me check US dollar strength. Dollar's coming up. Trump position to update on Trump's condition around 3 p.m. So we've got an hour to go. So to provide updated. China complains Trump's TikTok ban violates World Trade Organization rules. A bunch of babies.
Mm-hmm. I'm in shop 1045 puts on the brokerage account just to scalp.
Yeah.
Got in at 21.
Yeah.
Trying to get out at 23.50.
If we don't bounce here and we drop below 337.4, we'll probably see the next bounce at 336.44. Yeah, so they just gave us the news right there. There goes DraftKings. How's AMD looking? Oh, AMD is looking weak, actually. Shit. I might grab puts up here for AMD. It's risky though. I wouldn't be holding for maybe more than a day. So I get to see the tracking on this. That's crazy. Yeah, I can't find anything on flight status. I was hoping to look at that just to confirm. Maybe my Sibair contact will have something. Whoa, that's weird. U.S. Army Black Hawk buzzing around low level over DC.
come out of shop 2250 from 2130. AMD bouncing back. I like that.
Right. Let's see if I get a response soon. Hopefully. Probably didn't matter, but
Why
it just...
was BYND a good play? It's at year highs. At the 3-year chart. Break. Reclaim. 240.
Trump Doctor update. Libya oil production jumps to... There it is. 300,000 confirmation. It was at 270,000 last week, and it is now at 300,000. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for confirmation on that. I don't see anybody else reporting on that except for this one guy. So I don't trust that just yet.
All right.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Okay, SPX look like it's gonna come back to about 3390. If it can't reclaim 3390, it's gonna go sub 3385. For SPY, I strongly think it should test 340. If it can't hold 338, it'll come down to 335.
Yes. It is chop chop until... Well, at the top of the hour, we'll get confirmation as to what the hell is about to happen.
NVIDIA doesn't give a shit. It's consolidating for a leg up to 550, maybe 560.
Uh-huh. You look at the big boy AMD. AMD, it does look like we're finding an area of potential supply. Anything above 85.25 is still showing confirmation of strong sell side. So this could be another instance where you get... yes, we are at 85. You know, we were able to hit in this area of 85.5 today, but it could potentially pull back down to sub 83.07.
So on my personal account, I didn't take anything after selling Reagan and DocU. Made about a bit over $700 over there. On the brokerage account, up about $500-600 just for the day. And now I'm on my hands. Well, I'm not on my hands. I'm holding AMD and I'm holding. What is the other one I have? BYND. How quickly I forgot about that one. Here's an underrated stock that moves without question on its own. Alta. See what TTD is doing. 580 potential this week.
Everyone finally getting the news. Spain will extend furloughs in 2021 if needed, minister says. Is this a channel where you learn to make $1 million instantly? No. Definitely not that channel.
Where are you reading the comments? Is that on Twitch?
Yeah, they're both sides.
Yeah, I don't see the Twitch comments. That's why I was like, I don't see it.
Yeah, it's all good. I've been relaying the questions I've been asked.
How many people we got on Twitch right now?
It was at like 20 a little bit ago. What is it now? What am I at now? Probably nothing. Oh, 8 right now.
Okay.
Roof. Oh, 10. Okay. Oh, hey, Ashy. Yeah, I figure give 2 people multiple choices. The Twitch channel is less delay between what's going on. There goes DraftKings. Well, looks like we're about to break below low of days in a second here.
If DraftKings gets under 59, it's going to go to 55.
Yup.
I'm going to take some.
Hoping on today. Anyone buy DraftKings Congos? No. Drop is due to offering. Oh yeah, that's right. And the lockout period for DraftKings ends on the 20th. So that oh, I'm not at 8, I'm at 15 viewers. What the hell? I just it shot up all of a sudden. Oh well. But yeah, it'll be interesting to
probably switch over because you said the delay.
Oh yeah, that's right. Whoops. But yeah, well, you have to sign up for a Twitch account to be able to talk in Twitch. That's the only downside. But yeah, I'm expecting more downside this month for DraftKings, especially as we get it's colder weather and humidity levels are at prime levels for virus spread. We'll get additional supplementing news within sports of players being infected. Unfortunately, I hate that that's occurring, but it will continue to occur. Football weather is prime weather. Unfortunately for the NFL, they can't have their own little bubble like the NBA can or the NHL can. The NFL is probably the only sports that it might have been smarter to just skip the season altogether. All right, here we go. We're about to be sub 59.
Yeah. I mentioned I'm in the DraftKings 59 puts. I bought it.
It's kind of like the space play that I think it was maybe 2 months ago, where we bought 19 puts at $23, and we got the offering news that was at 17.6, and it moved all the way down there to where the offering level was, and then it dropped off even more so because they did bad on their earnings. So this is the same type of ideology for the play.
Okay, unit. I already bought 15. I'm not buying anymore. And now the buying frenzy comes in and it's already at 80.
There you go.
Okay. To rehash, we are in AMD, we are in Square, we are in DraftKings, and beyond.
CC confirms spread can be spread by airborne transmission in rare cases. Well, yeah, we already saw the news. However, that provides sufficient evidence that it is possible to spread beyond 6 feet. It's not that it the way that news should be interpreted for CDC revising the guideline is, yes, it is possible. It's not, oh, only in certain cases. No, it does have the ability to do it. When previously, the public's perception, even though we've known since January at this point that it is beyond 6 feet, the public's perception now has the ability to understand that it can. NFL should build a bubble. There are some enclosed football stadiums. Well, it's not an issue of enclosed stadiums. It's being able to enclose the players and all associated staff with each individual football teams. There's maybe 1,000 people per football team that does everything from the players to the coaches to the behind the scenes, the doctors, the assistants. It's the NFL will not be able to go into a lockdown state in the way that the NBA is. That's at 33.81. Excuse me.
Okay, we're getting back above this 338.14.
Excuse me.
This is why I scalped shop and got the F out of it. Those 1045 puts that I took at 21.30 and sold 22.50 are down to 20.50.
They can run on light staff or take a hotel for themselves or something. No, it's not that simple. Again, for a football team to run, you need a minimum of 1,000 people per football team. And the NBA requires significantly less.
Boring day is boring, so I will do my Amazon return. Return item. Not
But you have to think. So with the NFL roster, that's 53 players. That's a part of a team. While with the NBA, it's closer to something like 15. And it's easier, far easier to handle 15 people than it is, 53 people, especially since you don't need equipment managers in the same way that, NBA versus NFL. And the NBA hasn't even gone back to their family yet, except for those teams who are no longer playing. And I'm sure that each league is currently not making enough to justify paying for all of that.
And we're above 338.14 and holding.
Yep. Like, I know, I wish they could do it, but it might be impossible. They don't need to bring... No, you need a minimum of 1,000 people per football team to keep everything up and running.
I'm getting messages. Here we go, AMD. Yes, sir, unit. Here we go, AMD.
See me. Careful, though.
Timmy Turner.
Yeah, AMD is above supply right now.
Yeah, we're going to 3,400 by close. SPX is in inverse head and shoulders. Knees and toes, knees and toes.
So how many employees per NFL team? How many people travel when a team goes on? Oh, yeah, I'm exaggerating that.
White House aide Morgenstern says we have offered standalone bills on airlines. Says hopeful Democrats come around on aid. Why is dumping for some reason? I can't find any news.
Yeah, I don't see anything just said either.
Reagan below 600. Why? Ooh, SPX fat candle down.
2 White House staff and housekeeping tested positive. Housekeeping staff didn't have contact with the first family. Oh, Trump tweet. I don't know what it says just yet. Hold on. Trump. It is reported that the media is upset because I got into a secure vehicle to say thank you to many fans and supporters who were standing outside of the hospital for many hours, even days, to pay respects. If I didn't do it, media would say rude. Yeah, anyways, no, that's not anything.
I mean, he's tweeting, so he's fine.
Well...
Wow.
Getting COVID doesn't stop.
I know.
Wait, Peter Navarro? Hold on. Why did he... That's interesting. Peter Navarro... I'm sorry, Navarro. His account just got deleted. It looks like. Not that that has any effect on the markets, I don't think, but... That's strange.
How's Square looking?
Wait, what the hell? Why did I not see that tweet 3 minutes ago? That is suspicious.
What?
The Trump tweet hasn't showed up on my feed yet. And I have him followed. That's cool. 126. Yeah, it should have been one of the top tweets. I had to go to his page to be able to see it. Well, cool. They're censoring his ability to reach the audience.
$340 calls on Spire still long for today.
Are the 335 still?
335s are long, but I need to see what expiry they're for.
Yeah.
Whoa, that was loud.
Says it foiled an imminent attack. Top of your Twitter? That's weird. Mine hasn't shown his tweet. Oh, there. Wow. Okay, never mind. Now it shows up. That's really weird.
I've seen it. It came out 4 minutes ago. Maybe what happened was you're logged into Twitter and you didn't refresh. Market's pumping.
I hit it like 3 times. Oh well.
It doesn't like you.
Yeah, it probably doesn't.
Hey, let's go BYND. Give me a 175 break into close.
Twitter knows I'm a neutral. Twitter knows I'm a moderate, so like, nah, he ain't getting any news anymore.
Microsoft still bearish as shit.
Looks like VXX has hit demand. Even as SPY is moving up here, it's also
33.95 puts on SPX have been shorted. They will push this to 3,400, possibly 34.15.
Damn.
Into close.
Damn.
Took a 0-day SPX 3,400 call at 260. It's already at about 290.
Nice. Destroyed a Hoth explosive laden boat near Yemen. Well, that's interesting. They avoided a terrorist attack. There goes oil settling up 5.86%.
That 3400 call pumped to 3, and now it's back to 270. Let's go AMD. It's at 86 almost.
Yeah.
85 calls are 237 from 201. Square, those calls are at 80 from 71. AMD calls are at 238 from 201. DraftKings is still at 215. BYND 740 from 770. SPX call is 290 from 260.
Bulk steak. Suez.
SPX just pumped. Hit 33.93.88 on the high. I want to see it over 33.94. Come on.
Yeah, we got the dollar finding base and coming back up. Gold is still quite green.
Come on, give me that SPX pump. No, don't fade. I don't like fades.
That's trending. Trump COVID hoax.
All right, 340, 350, 380, 390 on the 3400 calls. Let's go.
Awesome. Dump kings while SPY pumps.
Huge volume green candle.
Up, I see a rejection. Oh, there it is. Trump, 43 seconds ago, he's leaving. Don't be afraid of COVID. Don't let it dominate your life. We have developed under Trump administration some great drugs. I feel better than I did 20 years ago. There it is. He's going to leave at 6:30 today.
All right, I got rid of my SPX call at 350.
Don't be afraid. That's super weird. Huh. Yeah, he says don't be afraid of COVID. Don't let it dominate your life. We have developed under the Trump administration.
Trump says, I'll be leaving the U.S. military hospital Walter Reed Medical Center at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time after I get COVID-19 treatment.
Oh, after he gets a treatment? Okay.
All right, let's see if we can take some NVIDIAs.
As long as people are dumping DraftKings, I don't care. Yeah,
Fuck, candles everywhere. Buzzman.
AMD about to hit new high day.
Mm-hmm. Square's going for it too. All our positions are green as F, aside from BYND.
Interesting.
That's okay.
We should see that activating the dollar. Dollar's not moving much though.
You're
All right.
back.
All right. Where's he going though, is the question. Is he going back to the White House or is he gonna go home to chill a little bit? Hey, what are you doing, Roxy? Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Hey. Hey. All right. Now, is that a decision by the doctors or is he...
Reagan, amazing spike on that. Pounds from 598 back to 609. If anybody took those SPX 3400 calls with me from 260, they're about 370, 380 now. Yeah, Reagan is mooning to the moon. I mean, Reagan's coming right back down. It's having a hard time holding 605.
Yeah, it just might be too soon to tell with what the hell's going on.
Just an update on our positions, our AMD 85 calls. We're up 300 on those. Square from 71, they're at 86. We're up about 200 bucks on those. DraftKings were down about 15 bucks, and BYND were down 50 bucks. Overall P&L for today is about a G or 3%. Yeah, like I said, market is short 33.85 puts and long 34.15 calls. This is very likely going to go above 3,400. Yeah, NVIDIA was awesome. But NVIDIA is one of those tickers with options that can swing 50 cents each way in a heartbeat. So you could be down or up 500 bucks depending on how many contracts you take at any given time. Baba strong. Held that 285s. Just chilling at 286 area. Market's consolidating here for an end of day push. Apple pricing potential 120. Oddly enough, Reagan is saying maybe 650 this week.
New here. How do we like to trade? It depends. We like to look more so at flow. Some people like to do supply and demand setups. Some people trade on catalysts. There's any number of strategies that we employ or employ. The reason why I got the 55 calls on DraftKings is because they did an offering this morning at 56.12.
55 calls or 55 puts?
I'm sorry, puts. 55 puts is the 56.12 offering, and then also additional selling due to volume and, well, yeah, some people do volume and open interest, but I got it because they're also doing an unlock of the locked up shares from whenever they IPO'd earlier this year. So there's going to be additional sell pressure because of that. Pelosi's going to be speaking in about 10 minutes.
Reagan over 612.50 will probably pump to 620, maybe 630 this week. But the question is, do I want to take calls?
Come on, it's your unicorn.
I was pricing fully at 625. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna take something in the money. That way, whatever happens, it's still in.
Yeah, what's kind of scary about COVID that they've found out recently that it does have the ability to suppress pain receptors in the body. So the fact that he's stating that he's feeling better than he did 20 years ago is kind of alarming. Even with all of these therapeutics, it's still, there's a lot of muting of pain with the way that the virus interacts with the body.
Simpsons predicted it. He's gonna die from it. Sorry.
Lordy.
Plutus is saying ramp close, por favor. 5.6 million Facebook 270 calls went long for March 2021. Amazon $7 million worth of 3,200 calls for November went long. Yeah. AM Dizzle. 86 almost. Square, nicely done. DraftKings, finally, my dear, finally.
Right?
Finally, get below that 59. Yeah,
right.
Peace up.
Right?
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to take a rain call.
What ticker is that?
Reagan.
I thought you said rain call. I was like, what? I heard
No,
of a rain check.
I'm taking a Reagan call.
Key.
This can go two ways. Reagan can get to 625. It already hit 620. Or it can drop down to 580 this week. Not a fan of the 580. SPX is trying 3,400.
Come on. You can break below.
You talk about DraftKings.
Yeah. God, what a stupid article. Warren Buffett reveals he uses tarot cards to choose trades.
Huh?
Nah, that's not true. Yeah, a meme article.
That is a meme article. All right, let's see what we can do with DraftKings or Reagan. All right. I'm in DraftKings or Reagan overnight. 605 calls. Long at 1610. Okay, BYND is going. Calls are looking good. Got over that 175. Give me over 175.24 and I'll get 180 tomorrow. And I will ride these calls in the money into next week. Only way I would sell them is if it drops below 175. AMD is now deep in the money. Reagan, very nicely done. Again, for the people on voice, I'm in Reagan 605 calls at 16.10, 1650 almost. It's going over 610. I'm trying to see if I can get this at 615 tomorrow, at which point I will sell. This is just an overnight swing. This is not a long-term hold. I do not care what it gets to tomorrow. SPX, been telling you guys on voice, it's going to 3,400. And we are at a healthy 33.99.45. SPY is going to close at 340 tonight. 3,400 calls are at 450 from 260. Make that 480. Oh, almost 520. There you go, folks. There's your 100% play of the day.
Nice.
Chicken dinner. Reagan 512. I think that's good enough to close for a scalp. What is this if I can get an 1850, sure, I'll sell it. It's at 18 on the ask. SPY 341, compadres. Reagan to the moon and back. It's now at 6:12, 6:13. Last gal, bye bye.
I'll be right back. We got an hour left. Pelosi should be talking right now.
Reagan, I'm out at 1850. That is the only way you should play this behemoth because it can drop $6 on a dime. BYND is over 175.40. Looking good. I feel it. BYND now 830 from 770. This is exactly what I mean about Reagan. It pumped to 614 and is now back down to 610, 609, 608. The only way you play Reagan is by scalping. If you hold it, I'm sorry to say this, but bend over. All right, we're getting some FUD here. My BYND is coming down. Microsoft is pricing to 12.50. It won't get over it. It's gonna come back down tomorrow. BYND, you disappoint me. AMD, keep going. Square, keep going. Square is pricing 187.50 this week. Very boring day today, guys. Very boring day. What's Google pricing this week? Google wants 1,500. Pelosi and Mnuchin will exchange proposals today after hours. Doc, you died after we got out this morning. I hope nobody held on to it. BYND, I wanted to stay above 175 into close today. But I mean, if it can't, staying above 174.50 is fine. Reagan, look at that. I told you guys, it just faded right back down. Bulletin received, what? Margin increase. Okay, IB, I don't care. Go away. Zach, it starts to get priced in about 2 weeks before the earnings. $60 million isn't a lot, Nico. When you see mock at the billion level, that's when things get pretty crazy. Netflix, what a recovery. Jeez. Those 5-12.50 calls that I had earlier today hit 12.50, came back down to about 9, and are right back at 12.30. Divism, units not on voice. It's me, Jim.
And me, Blay. Woo.
Yeah. I'm gonna drop in about 3 minutes, Blee. I'm gonna go pick up my kid from school.
Gotcha. Okay.
You can handle the stream.
Yes, of course. Pelosi says she was tested again today. Doesn't have a result yet.
My AMD position is up about 450. There is about 170. Make that 500 on AMD.
It's been 2 weeks since SPY was at these levels.
DraftKings came down to 59 and bounced right back up. Doesn't want to give up yet. Okay. I gotta jet. Have fun, Lee. Catch you guys tomorrow.
See ya. All right. Dollar dropping off. Optional lengthen maturity of Fed's QE buying. Yep. Push significantly lower. Higher. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay, there's the news. Trump's going home. He's not going to the White House. For what was called out, the current wins was Regeneron, 16.5 to 18.5. AMD went from 201 to 260. Excuse me. SPX 3400 call went from 260 to 520. Hey, it's been quite a bit.
What have you seen on his CT scans and chest x-rays? What have you seen on his campaigning?
As far as travel goes, we'll see.
His mental status, can you talk to about whether he has any neurological symptoms? Does he have any side effects from his medications? Any fogginess from the virus?
No, I think you've seen the videos and now the tweets, and you'll see him shortly. You know, he's back. Yeah.
CT scans and
That's weird. Vague answers. It's weird. Trump is being checked routinely for signs of live virus. What? Are we going to see it? Spy 340? Medical team says Trump will need at least 10 days to recover. Interesting. Pelosi didn't really talk about the stimulus, it looks like. He will return to the White House on Monday. Today or next week?